Okay.
And we're live.
Yay.
Hey, everybody. Thanks for joining us today. Hope y'all have a wonderful day, wonderful Wednesday, wonderful hump day.
Right? I love Wednesdays actually.
Yeah, Wednesdays are great. It's the split in the week to where you really accelerate from Sunday to Wednesday to get most of what you need to get done, and then you have Thursday and then Friday especially to kind of start winding down and get everything that you need to do out of the way so you can have your rest day on Saturday on the Sabbath. That's our natural circadian rhythm that we should be aligned with.
Go us.
Yeah.
I feel it. Last few Saturdays I've just been like, I gotta lay down, people. I'm just gonna just chill today.
Yeah, I'm very intentional now about not scheduling anything on Saturday. I don't plan on, like if seeing friends or doing things that I enjoy is a different thing. I'll sometimes do that, but I really try and be intentional with my rest, um, and make sure that Saturday is just very restful. Yeah. Hey everyone. S-
Greetings,
s-
freaks.
yeah, I love that, Ichabod. Get your freak on. Yeah. So Charlie and Colleen, their power is out right now. They're gonna try and potentially call in via the phone, um, but potentially they won't be able to if they can't find a battery to charge their phone with. So if that's the case, Marie and I are just going to kind of ad lib the show. We probably won't continue with Matthew if that's the case, just because we want to make sure we get Charlie's gnosis in here to really decode these and finish off on a strong note. But what we can do is review. We can answer any questions to the best of our ability, and we can just talk about current events and what's happening. Because it's all happening right now. It's all coming to a head. We've got so many things going on in the world out there that are really indicating that we're entering into this time of transition where we're going from the Old Testament to the New Testament, where um, yeah, it's all happening, which is really exciting.
Totally. I feel you. I was reading this morning and I was just like, it's just so relevant. Like I keep going, I used to think that the Bible was like some old ancient thing that was just like so far away from me. And I just never really, like, I got it, like maybe a little bit, but then it's like now the more I'm kind of stepping into all of this and connecting so many dots, thanks to all of you beautiful people, it just really feels like it's teaching me how to live, like really how to live every day, how to get over the demons, how to ask for healing when I need it, um, how to be courageous, how to be fearless, how to be consistent. It's powerful. It really, yeah. I can only take it in doses sometimes because I feel like I get blasted so big every time I open this. And my
Yeah,
book, I
man.
don't know. I think mine is like, I don't know. I need to get a real one. I
Yeah,
want,
you got yours printed. So I got mine printed too, but they split up the Old and New Testament. So my New Testament is pretty small, but my Old Testament is massive. But I also did get it printed on some larger paper just because they had a deal at the print shop to where it was like if I spent $5 more, I could save $20. So I just opted for the, the heavier paper because I was like, oh, what'll be nicer? But didn't think about how it'd make my book a lot thicker too. So there's
yeah.
that.
It's funny. Like I took this thing up to the mountains. I was like, this is crazy. This thing is big.
Hmm.
But
Yeah, it's
anyways,
it's nice to have. It's good. It's good to have the large print. You can see it easily and write on it and whatever else. But
nice.
yeah. One thing that I wanted to really talk about today, is just kind of like what we've been reviewing so far in Matthew and really uncovering how Jesus was not a pushover and he was very firm and real and just really honing into that because we're entering into this time of Easter where the sort of traditional Christian route is and I guess it's not even really traditional, but the sort of um, literalist Christian view of how Jesus was and how he was this passive entity that just came to save us and die for us and continually be nailed on the cross for us so that we could continue to be sinners. And as long as we just sign up and say, that we believe in him and that's it, then we're going to be saved. And that's completely different than what's being read in this book. Like, you just read it for yourself and you see that no, Jesus was here to say that like, hey, get off your ass and do some work. Like you got to really do this. You've got to really follow this path and it means calling out people. It means being very forthright and very very firm in your word and how we come across and how we carry ourselves and not a pushover at all. And I just think that's such an important distinction to draw on because it really makes sense why the church pushes this passive idea because they don't want people to really step into their power and really to um, speak the truth in that sort of way because that's a very threat to their existence. But that's what we're here to do, and that's the path that Jesus laid is for us to follow is to really get clear. And I loved on Miraculous Monday how we talked about love and how it's not just a pushover. It's not just this lovey-dovey, airy-fairy light and love and light kind of bullshit all the time. It's real and it's raw and it means you say no when you need to say no. And that's love. That's still love, but it's love in a very different flavor than what we've been accustomed and used to. And yeah, so I just I love that topic and I love getting into that because it's so raw and real and it's so relevant, like you were saying, like it's so relevant to this time
Yeah.
where we are seeing the separation between those who are willing to just give in and be passive and let whatever happen and whatever else and those who are willing to truly stand in the truth and say, "No, I'm not going to stand up for this. I don't care about your feelings. Like if your feelings are tied to lies, then fuck your feelings. Like you can't deal with them. It's not about your feelings. It's about the truth. It's about the truth. And feelings are often tied to ego, and when we get tied to that's us being pulled towards that egoic construct, which is ultimately Satan, and Satan is not a real entity, but it's just the absence of God. So when we're drawn into ego and when we let it steer us, we're being pulled away from God. And if we don't step into it and realize it, then we're just being pulled in that opposite direction. And you can't serve two masters. If you're not serving one, you're inevitably
Yeah.
serving the other. And it's just so important to remember that.
I mean, you brought up a number of really important points, and I'll just kind of extend upon this idea that, or this reality that our ego is the part of us that wants to edge God out. And so you could use that EGO, like edging God out. And what happens when we do that is we defend. We are defending our untruths, our mad illusions, our insanity. And that's what makes people kind of difficult to be around sometimes, particularly right now when we're growing so deeply and seeing that this brother of ours, like this model, this character in ourselves, like to embrace our Christ consciousness is work. And so many of us have been told you don't have to do that. Don't worry about it. As long as you do A, B, and C, you don't have to be perfect. You just have to be, on the road. And I think there's two ways of looking at this. On one hand, yes, you don't have to be perfect, but like we're on the road to perfection. We are becoming perfected. And what Christ saw in us, we need to see in ourselves. We need to see our potential for perfection, and that needs to be our focus, our compass. And there is compass in the word compassion, so there's compassion involved. However, it doesn't mean that we change the direction of north. Like we can't change the direction. We can be compassionate, but I think what I'm feeling so much is that, the egoic systems are breaking down, and so many people are wanting to take us down to a certain extent. Like that's what they try to do. I mean, evil was trying to take Christ down from the beginning. I mean, go back. That was, and they were not like, it wasn't random. It was concerted efforts to try and take Christ consciousness out of the reality that we are this, that we are these loving extensions of God. That's what we are. And so we're fooled into thinking we're these egos. Then we defend it. And we had all been out of shape when someone says, for an example, like I went to my children's school program yesterday and did watermelon juice for all the kids. And one of the moms in the group wrote something like, thank you so much for doing that, but I just want to make sure that I'm being heard here, and that our family's needs, we think sugar is important, we think dairy is important, and I mean, it was just like shocking. The offering was to invite the children to have their juice before their lunches, because you want to have your fruits first. And that was it. It wasn't a conversation on veganism. It wasn't, any of those things. However, it was like, don't tell my kid that meat is an animal. Like, don't tell my kid that. But it's like, but it's the truth. Like, I'm not making it up. Why are we so attached and defensive of the truth? Like, I remember when I was 7 years old, and my family is Lebanese, you guys know this, and they have this dish. They don't eat it often, but it's raw lamb. Okay. And I remember it being laid on the table, and I was 7 years old, and I said, what is that? And they finally told me what it was. I never had it again, because a child knows. A child knows. And Christ saw our child essence, saw the innocence within us. Our problem is that we can't see it, because we're defending our insanity and our miscreations. We're defending all of that. And that's hard to see in our brothers and sisters. But I'm at the point now where it's like, I don't want to be swayed anymore. What I'm really learning about Christ is that he called people out because he was doing the work. It's like my friend, the fruitarian, he was telling me, my stuff doesn't stink anymore. And I'm like, well, that's fascinating. And I remembered that comment that people always say, well, you act like your shit doesn't stink. And it's like, well, that's the goal. That's the perfection. Yeah. Because I'm purified. I'm Christ. I am that. I am a woman. I am as I was created to be. I have moments of that and stretches of that. That's a process. But the idea here that I'm really wanting to express is that we accept so little of ourselves. Like we just settle for mediocrity. Like we're just like, well, it's good enough. And in my example with this mother, I think, it was, I'm sorry you're so triggered by me coming to serve the children juice. Like it wasn't a conversation on anything other than, look at the fruits of the earth. Aren't they amazing? Look at the colors. Why does it feel so squishy? Like playing with the children and having all their little hands in the juicer and all of that. It was such a sweet thing. And then it was like, yeah, that's great. You did that. And then I look at this child and she's not well. Like, it's not a judgment, guys. It's an observation. And this is really about us. Like, Justin can call people out because he's doing the work. The guy's he's in the 4th day of his water fast. If he was sitting here smoking cigarettes, it would not, like, who would even be showing up to these conversations anymore? That's why we got so frustrated about the Charlie Ward thing. It was like, look at the guy. It's not like you're like, well, it's just, use your common sense. Just use your common sense. Use your inner compass. That's compassion for yourself and your Christed self. You have to protect that. Like, that has to be your number one focus, because when that's in place, step aside, folks, because you're unstoppable. No one's going to get in your way. And I mean, I'm not going to say I wasn't a little bit like, what is this message? Um, but it was like, okay, I'm going to stay on focus. It's not like I'm telling people it's not the truth. It's the truth. The truth is that's an animal. I'm sorry to say it. I know my kids are a little bit confused. And I know that a lot of people, when we hear these things, and I was one of them, like, it's hard to hear it. But again, that's your ego that's having a hard time. It's not you. So you just get to decide, who do you want to be when you grow up? And that's what Christ was saying. Who are you going to be when you grow up? This is who I am. This is who I see you to be. You can do greater things than me, but you can't do them sitting on the sidelines. It's not going to work that way. You got to get in the ball game. You got to get in the narrow path. Like, you got to get in the game. And too many people are sitting by the sidelines just being like, all right, shoot me up. All right, I'm just going to drink the shit. I'm just going to eat the stuff. And she's like, I have the right to do that. I was like, yeah, you do. You absolutely have the right to do that. And I have the right to be welcome in this community too, and to share the truth as it is, not as I made it up to be.
Right.
So that's my 2 cents.
Yeah, and we have free will, and we get to do as we choose, but we are going to experience the repercussions of our choices. And that's what's so clearly laid in this book, in the Bible, are the repercussions. And it's like, yeah, you've got free will and you can, follow your truth or whatever, to whatever end you want to, but you will suffer. And it's not from a vindictive, God's not being vindictive in setting it up this way. It's all designed to flow us into the space of maximum potential. And so when we're doing things and following lies that are keeping us away from that maximum potential, then we do suffer because it's a learning mechanism to get us back onto the course, to get us back into that space where we can grow and create and expand in the highest potential. But yeah, people are more than willing or more than able to follow whatever they choose to whatever ends, but it's gonna get ugly after a certain point, and that's why it's so vital that we call out deceptions wherever they are and we speak the truth whenever we can, because if we don't highlight that to people who might not be aware that they're following lies or deceptions, then we're allowing those to continue, and it- it's creating unnecessary suffering for those who might not be aware of it otherwise, and giving them an opportunity to step out of it, because even if we aren't aware that we're following a lie, if we're still following that lie, it's still going to cause us suffering. And that's why this whole, like, I know a lot of people have had issues with the whole level Earth concept and dealing with that thing. It's like, well, why does it matter? Why does it matter that what the shape of the Earth is and how? Because it's a lie. Because it's a lie. And if we are building our reality based on a lie, we are dying inside. Because that's the
Good
difference.
one.
There's life and death. There's God and Satan. It's one or the other. And if we don't base our foundation on the truth, then we are dying. We will die, and it's part of that natural process of aligning everything towards the truth, because that is the place of highest growth and highest potential. And that's all that God wants to do. That's all that this one infinite consciousness that we are all connected to
Yeah.
wants to do, is for us to grow and expand. And if
Yeah.
we're not, then we're going to suffer, because it's just part of it, and it's part of this process of just continually refining and getting clearer and getting better and growing and expanding. But we cannot be based on lies, and that's why it's so vital that those of us who do have awareness to see, we say it, because we are providing an opportunity for those who might not have been aware before to see the truth. And if their ego gets wrapped up into it, then this was I love how Marie put it, like we get to be the button pusher and push those buttons and say, "Hey, do you want to keep do you want to keep living in that ego? You can, you can, and even after I push your buttons, you can still live in that ego. But if I had never pushed your buttons, you would have still been living in that ego, and you wouldn't have even been aware of it, and you wouldn't even have been given the opportunity. So this is an opportunity to grow. This is an opportunity to step into it. An
Totally.
opportunity, and it's your choice to take it or leave it, but I'm not gonna rob you of that opportunity. I'm gonna provide it for you, whether you like me or not. It's not about being nice. It's about being kind. It's about being kind and
Yes.
standing in the truth regardless, and
Right.
that's what we have to do. That's what we all,
Right.
I mean, that's what Jesus did. That's all he did was just like, you know what? I love you so much that I'm gonna be I might look like an asshole in telling you all this. Like, like I might push your buttons and make you upset with me, and I'm gonna call you out. I'm gonna call you a hypocrite. I'm gonna tell my disciples to get behind me, Satan, for for like that's huge. But that's the kind of attitude that we need to have whenever we're confronted with lies and deceptions or fear or ego or any of that, is to get very, very clear and very, very firm with it, because that's how it's set up. And if we aren't like that, then we're just allowing suffering to continue unnecessarily. And I know 100%, not on my watch, not with any breath that I have, not with any words that I speak, is there going to be any sort of delineation between what the truth is and my fear of sharing it for based on how people perceive me.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, I
Yeah.
mean, I had a family member email me the other day and say that, they really don't think that I should be aligning myself with Q or for any of this because of how I might be perceived
I
by
know.
others. And I was like, yeah, first of all, like I don't care what people perceive of me. Like it does I don't have the slightest care of how people perceive me, because
Right.
I'm following the truth, and that's all that I need. And I'm not looking for any sort of admiration other than the one above, my Father. And I'm very clear on that, and I'm very clear on the truth. So, that's really all I have to say on the matter. And and we just have to be very clear on this. We have to be very, very firm and stand true. And that's all Jesus did, was just stand true, no matter what. He wasn't very popular with a lot of people, especially
Hey,
those in
Dad.
power. Who's that?
We're just me and Danny. Danny just
Hey,
came in and gave me pineapple juice.
hey, Danny. Oh, I want some pineapple juice.
Look at this deliciousness. These are these special pineapples that come from
Ooh.
what Loma Linda. It's like they're small. They're called honey pineapples. So
Mm.
they're like, seriously, I wish I could share this with you, and I cannot wait to share pineapple juice with you because you're gonna lose your mind.
Uh,
It's so good.
um, oh yeah, I'll drink a lot of that when I'm there for sure.
Pineapple juice is
It's the best. I mean, pineapple juice, and I've only had the lame store-bought pineapples we have here, and it's still, bye Danny, and it's still like the best juice ever. So I can only imagine getting like real fresh pineapple juice. Whew, that's
it's
amazing.
amazing. But I want to speak to what you're saying because you said some really really important things that I think I want to just expand upon. And what you're saying, it's that there's two choices. And tell me if this resonates with you. And I feel it will. There's two choices, right? This is what you're saying. There's God, there's Satan. There's love and there's fear. One you were gifted with. One was given to you, and one you made up. So again, you get to choose. Isn't that the beauty of this universe and how the principles are set up and how metaphysics is? You have the power to choose which way you want to go in any given moment. And what Justin is saying and what Charlie's teaching, what all of us are looking to practice and to share with you, beautiful friends, is that when you are triggered, like when the fear is, whoa, what happens with most people is we want to go, oh, well, it's his fault. He's talking about Q. He's going to be perceived wrong, or you're going to lose your business, or people are going to think you're crazy, or your mom's not going to talk to you, or whatever it is, because you brought up their fear, which is what we do for each other, because we are assignments in each other's lives. We are assignments. So don't get mad at the messenger who showed you your fear and make them wrong. You have a beautiful opportunity to learn a lesson right here. When you're triggered and it showed up for you, it's like, oh, wow, I'm really afraid about this. It's not Justin's fault that you're feeling afraid. He's dealing with his stuff. You're dealing with your, everybody's got to do their own work. And so many people are like, and it comes up here in the Bible with the lamps, you know, and it's like, oh, give me some of yours. I don't have any. Give me some of yours. And they're like, no, dude, you got to do your own. And that's why the work is so immense and so essential. And I'm so grateful for Charlie and Colleen for pushing this one from the very beginning, because it was the one that I needed to get through the portal. I was dancing around it. I was like, because I don't want to trigger people. Like, I am a button pusher, but I don't want to be perceived as the one who's bringing up people's fears. But the truth of it is, we live in a reality that is dominated by fear until we create our own reality, which we have the power to do because we're the ones who created the insanity anyway. So it's like, we just have to stop creating insanity, which means we have to stop defending it and protecting it everywhere we can. And anytime you find yourself holding on to it is your work. It's there for you to look at that right in this given moment and to go deep and to journal on it, to call a friend that you love and trust, or whatever, to go meditate, to go for a run, go drink a juice, go do some yoga, sit down and breathe for 5 minutes. Like, do something to sort it out, because I think our one of the major things that we're going to have to heal as a collective is how we treat each other on this journey. Like, really taking responsibility for yours. The issue that we have is, if we don't take responsibility for it, if you don't take your fear and go, this is mine, you can't change it, because you're waiting for Justin to change it. You're waiting for somebody else. It's their fault. No, it's yours. So that's what's so empowering. I'm finding now, like integrating all of the stuff I've been learning all these years, and then adding the Bible has like flipped everything upside down, so that the Bible's now the foundation of like, to know, you need to know who you are. What was so fascinating about the blind and the ones that were asking for healing was that they were like, I got stuff. I got stuff. Can you help me with that? He's like, absolutely. I got your back. I got you. But it was like, we were the ones, we needed to say we needed healing. We needed to say, I have this fear. Can you please help me with it? I'm afraid what will happen to me if I just drink juice. I'm afraid what will happen to my community if I speak out on Q. I'm afraid what will happen to me about A, B, and C. Whatever it is your assignment. And that's, I think, what is so beneficial about receiving that as an assignment, accepting it, being like, I'm responsible for this, so that you can change it. And you can look at the areas in your life where you're suffering and you're hiding in the dark, and you can start to go into those rooms. Your mind is like a mansion. Get in there. Get in there. Open all the doors. Turn on all the lights. Just get in there and turn on all the lights. And there's only skeletons in the closet because you're protecting them at the door. No, I like these ones. It's like, open the door and just watch it all disappear, because darkness cannot exist in the presence of love. And that's what we're missing so much, guys, in this, and not so much in this community, but those of you that are coming to this new, and as more disclosure happens, I'm trusting a lot more people are going to come and find us. And it's like, when you see how dark things are, the only way out is to bring it to the light. That we cannot ignore this stuff. We can't pretend that it's okay. And that's just the way the world is. And that's my humble opinion. I really believe that that's what Christ was demonstrating as well. And what you hear from us consistently is that, like, we've got to bring this dark to the light. Like Charlie, in that talk you guys had on Monday night on Siobhan and Sinead's channel, was so brilliant, but it was like, I loved his acknowledgement of realizing this was so radical. Flat earth, Adolf Hitler, Q. It's radical. They didn't want to go here. Nobody wants to talk about the stuff. It's not fun. It's not fun. It's not like, woohoo, let's talk about how, yeah, it's bad. And we've got to hold the space for this. And that's what's happening right now. And I'm really to a point with people that it's like, you want to protect your lies that cheese is good for you. Like, and you're offended because my daughter's telling you that that's an animal, like, you need to look at that. Why are you protecting that? What are you protecting? This false narrative, this false reality, it's not working. It's not working. And even for the people that think it's working, it's not. I mean, you can stay there though. You can stay there and you can suffer and you can get sick and you can just keep going and put on another mask. That might help. You should be 3. Maybe we should be wearing 4. I mean, seriously, guys. And outside in nature or in your car by yourself. Like, it's gotten to a level of like, where is the common sense, the inner compass, guys, the compassion for your soul? Your soul, do you think it wants to be locked up and shot up and poisoned? It's in, you need to see the perfection within you. Go in there and draw it out and get rid of the toxins. Stop putting shit in your body. Like, get with the program. It's going to be hard. It's not all butterflies and fairies, but it's good even in its hardness. It's cleansing. It's, sometimes there's a storm. Mother Nature, she's not messing around. She's not messing around. She needs to clean stuff up. She's going to clean it up. And we need to really pull that out of us. And that's what I think we all do for each other in this community. Like, that's what we're here for. That's the point.
Yeah,
Anyway, that
truly.
was kind of like, sorry, I kind of went off, but
I know. No, I love when you go off. That's great. It's you brought on the sort of button pushing, and I love the sort of analogy of holding a mirror for someone. And if we're not willing to hold a clear mirror and truly hold it, then we're not really loving them. We're not really acknowledging them for who they are, and we're not really acknowledging ourselves to be that divine mirror to hold for someone. And especially when we haven't ever really had a mirror held for us, it can be very painful to have a clear one be shown to us because it shows all of us. It shows every aspect of ourselves. It shows the parts that we weren't willing to see before. And but that's what we have to do in order to start magnifying our light, because when we're all holding mirrors for each other, the light reverberating is the only thing that allows to continue to flow forth. And
oh,
everything that is dark starts to fade away. And just
yes,
like if you're holding in a house of mirrors, like lights become magnified and we just start to grow and grow and grow and grow. And that's what we have to do. But unfortunately, the beginning part is tough. It's very tough to go through because we've been so conditioned to dim our lights and to keep
yes,
our mirrors away from each other. Because and so we're just in this place of darkness and obscurity to where we can't actually see anything and we're not actually shining. So getting over that hump is going to be a little bit difficult, and it is difficult, but that's what we have to do in order to rise forth and to get over that aspect. But yeah, it just plays out in so many different ways, and yeah,
I think we need to use Christ though. Like, that was his function. Like, that was his selflessness. Like, it is hard, but like, reach up, ask your elder brother for some help. Like, how many times, please show me out of this one. We find ourselves in foggy places sometimes, but it's like that willingness to ask for support. Can you heal? I'm blind. I can't see this one. It's not about being perfect or faking it. It's like, oh, I'm in fear. Oh, I'm in discomfort. Or I'm triggered, or whatever I am. And can you take this from me? Like, if I dim my light, like yesterday, I mean, it's kind of silly, but I have this like little outfit that has like lemons and oranges on it. And I was like, oh, I'm going to wear this. I'm going to become the fruit lady at school. Like, like, I'll be the fruit lady. I'll be fruit friendly. So, but then it was my ego came in and was like, no, Marie, some of the teachers might think you're a little weird. Just as the first one, like, lay low. Was that my Christ consciousness, or was that my egoic consciousness? Obviously, it was my egoic consciousness. It was like, you know, don't spread the good news. People don't want to hear it. They're attached to but that's not what Christ did. He blasted through those areas with such power. Wow. And he always said, it's of my Father. Like, wow. Okay. So it's not like, look at me, I got the power. No, it's it's pulling that in. It's heaven and earth meeting in you, when that lands, and your ego and your third center is absorbed, and it's not like denying the ego and getting mad, it's welcoming it into the light. It's like, dude, you don't have to know the answers to the universe. How could you? You think the earth is, a globe. You know what I mean? Like, you have to really rework everything. That's, so of course these people want to hold on to all of their stuff, but like, again, is it serving you? Because when you do start, it's like, I'm finding, I asked my fruitarian friend yesterday, I'm like, how do you fit in? It's like, you just don't. You just don't. Like, oh, right. Okay. There's still that part of me that wants to fit in on the playground. So it's like, what? So then it's healing your inner child stuff. And I had a great session with Nicole yesterday. She's really good, you guys. Nicole Mills. For any of you guys that are, want a little extra love, she's fantastic. And I just love getting on with her. But she was so fun. It was like bringing that little wounded memory that comes up, especially when you start clearing the cobwebs and that Christ consciousness starts to lift and it's coming up and you got to sit with it. Like, it's deep. But whatever was coming up was like, now and then she didn't even say it to me, but it was like this memory came up and it was like, now tell her the truth of what just happened. So the truth was what sets us free. The truth of how to perceive, the truth of how to forgive, the truth of how to let go, to broaden, to let others off the hook. Like that, the truth is what does that, not another lie. You're right. You should just, you should just eat that, or you should just, and it's not like it's going to happen overnight. I'm not saying that, but like, give yourself that little push into the momentum, because once that gets going, like, wow, do the cobwebs start to clear, and do you have a power? And even if it's, if we're talking about the food, just starting raw for a little bit, like getting yourself in the flow, let go of something. Notice how attached you are to something outside yourself. Like, just contemplate that, right? That always kind of, like, I need this for happiness. Wow, that's sad. Shit. I need to work that out. And it's like, it's not your stuff though. It's the stuff that's layered out. It's not you. So you don't have to be all ashamed of it or guilty about it. You just need to bring it up, look at it, heal it, and let it go. But we're like, oh no. Again, it's all about creations. We created it, so we love it. But we didn't create it out of the God consciousness, out of the gift of love. We created it out of fear. And that's circling back to, you have two choices, love and fear. Everybody knows that here. But are you practicing that? Because nowadays, like, you can't do it. It just doesn't work anymore. Like, the stakes got higher. Like, then, I don't know, someone turned the dial up and everybody just like, it's like you can't get away with just like spurting it out. Like, you got to live it. You got to feel it. Every day is a miracle. Every day is an opportunity to be fully present to the magic that's happening. It's, yeah, I'm kind of going off, but
Yeah, no, it's great. I mean, and you bring up an important point around love and fear, and kind of when we get into those tricky situations of not wanting to share the truth with someone because we don't want to hurt their feelings or whatever else. And we can trick ourselves into thinking that's out of love. And that's why they call Satan the deceiver, because that's actually a deception.
exactly,
It's not a love-based
exactly,
decision. That's a fear-based decision to say,
exactly.
I fear their feelings, I fear their reactions, and therefore I'm not going to do that. Whereas the love-based decision is, you know what? I love you so much that I'm willing to share this to you, even if it hurts you, even if it causes you to be pushed away from me, even if it causes you to never speak to me again. I love you so much that I'm going to give you this opportunity to see this. And that's what we have to do in every single moment. And naturally, with the magnetically, we're going to push away those who are not willing to engage with that, at least for the time being that they need to have to sit with whatever they need to do and learn whatever they need to learn. We've given them that opportunity to do so. But we're going to draw in those who have that humility and desire to seek the truth, who are truly asking for it. And that's what I so love about this community. And I mentioned, I don't know what show, but Joanne on our group chat had asked, kind of what I saw as a common trait with people who are um, seeking and learning and growing the fastest, and really stepping into that. And I said, well, it's kind of two things. It's one, it's an eagerness to learn, just like a willingness to do the work and to step forward and really get into it, all of it,
Yeah.
and that's with the food
Yeah.
and everything. But a huge one, an equally big part, is having humility to admit that when you're wrong, and to see when you're not, when you've been led astray, or to just look into the mirror clearly and ask, hey, where am I? What am I seeing here? What can I do better? And to truly come from that vulnerable, authentic space and ask someone else who's willing to show you and hold up your mirror and say, hey, this is what I'm seeing, are you willing to look at it? And having that humility to say, oh, okay, I wasn't seeing that, but thank you. Thank you for sharing that with me. This is something for me to grow from. And so having that powerful sense of humility is truly like that's when the magic happens. Like that's when we are just growing leaps and bounds, and when we can lean
Beautiful.
into those sort of difficult feelings and scenarios, we
Beautiful.
grow exponentially. We truly do. And so yeah, that's what I've seen as kind of the common traits within people who are really stepping into that, which I've been so humbled and so appreciative and full of gratitude for people in this community that have reached out to me, to where I can truly show their mirror and say, "Hey, I'm not here to coddle your feelings. I'm not here to just tell you it's all going to be okay. I'm going to tell you I might not tell you what you want to hear in that particular moment, but I'm going to tell you what you need to hear." And just the reception of that has been so, I mean, it's so beautiful. It truly is so beautiful to have that, because it's allowed me to grow stronger within the truth of sharing, and not trying to coddle and dampen and hide things based on the reactions that I might get, because the reactions aren't nearly as strong within this community. And that's what's so beautiful about it, is we're all in it. We're all in it when we're willing to grow and we're willing to learn, even if it's uncomfortable. And those uncomfortable feelings, I really like reprogramming myself to when I'm feeling that sort of uncomfortable feeling, I'm like, okay, instead of fearing it, I'm like, okay, let's lean into this. This is big. Like something big is here.
Yes.
This
Yes.
is this is like, okay, if
Zen.
if I lean into this, that means that there's like some huge growth right around the corner. If I can really step into it, that means that I'm about to just like blast forth and get even bigger and better.
Yes.
So if we can really shift our thinking into that, and see that these feelings of uncomfortableness are here to give us an opportunity to learn and grow from,
Yes.
then we can lean into that and really magnify our growth in that sort of way. But yeah, it's beautiful to see.
Beautiful. It's beautiful. And it really, it's faith. It's knowing that on the other side is the goodness, and you can't skip the discomfort. You can't skip the rock in the middle. You got to look at, so whatever it is. So it comes back to really trusting that God is love, that the energy of unity consciousness is loving, is forgiving, is there's it recalibrates itself, it's self-organizing, so it will shift, it'll keep shifting. And so that's the function of this reality, is to support us in learning about where do we put our faith, like where do we put our faith in ourselves, because if we do, we'll shy away from those. We're not going to lean in like Justin's going, great, here I go on the other. But a lot of us, and me included, my gosh, I get near to some of that stuff and I get a little bit tender. I'm not ready to go there, or I'm wounded there, or whatever. But that's the place where you go to God, and I think that's a lot of the healing that we're going to need to go through as mankind, because so many of us have just been so distorted around what God is. With it's like we've flipped everything upside down. Just like everything's a lie, so is God. We think Satan is God and God is Satan. Like, this is a big mess, but it can change in a minute. 1 2 3 switch. Just put it right back side up. It's like, it's just a 1, 2, 3 switch. Just switch it up. And I think that was really beautiful what you shared about, you know, go with the flow. Go with it. Go with it. Trust it's going to take you. Trust that cleansing journey. Trust it. And defenselessness is really where your safety lies. That's what the course teaches. You know, your safety is, it lies in God. You're not defending it. You're like, oh, this is funky stuff. Maybe it's mine. Maybe it's from another, whatever it is. Maybe someone sent me some heebie-jeebies, whatever it is. But just knowing that if you allow it, allowing is a big one. I think on the personal journey, like allowing yourself to have the emotions and to move through it. It goes faster if you're not resisting. It really does. Just it, yeah. But
Yeah.
again, go ahead.
Well, it's that flip between victim consciousness or that place of abundance, where everything's happening
So
for
good.
me and not to me, you know. Everything that happens in my life, whether it feels good in the moment or it feels like a horrible thing, like it's still happening for me. This is something that's giving me an opportunity. It's providing me a lesson to learn from and to grow from. There's nothing that happens to me. I am not a victim. There's no such thing as victims in this life, and that's what we really have to get out of that mindset, because the only really the only reason that we experience suffering is when we've sort of gone away from the sort of easier ways that God's putting stuff in front of us. And so the more that we ignore these lessons, the sort of more difficult it gets and the more sort of abrupt it has to be. And God's like, hey, pay attention, pay attention, pay attention, pay attention. And sometimes that gets really painful. But if we still stay and choose to live in that victim consciousness, then we're never ever really learning from those lessons. We're not really taking them in. And so therefore we're going to have to keep experiencing that same wheel. That's those mini samsaras that we get on, because I love how Aaron broke this down the other night on a conversation, and there are so many layers of samsara.
Yes.
There's larger ones and then there's smaller ones. But if we don't recognize these karmic cycles that we can loop ourselves in, and recognize that there's always a path out to the right, there's always that moksha, that door to the right, then we can get stuck on those loops. And so we just have to recognize when they appear, and just think, okay, what is this here to teach me? What is this doing for me? What am I here to learn from this? And really recognizing that, recognizing our our frame of reference around that can really help to just work through it and see it for the best thing that it is, which is all a gift. It's
Yeah.
all a gift for us.
Yeah. And you're worthy of receiving those
Mhm.
gifts.
Yeah.
Those are gifts to you. I mean, you're so treasured. You're so unique. You're such an expression, a divine expression of our creator, that's who you are. I mean, that's a real shift, I think, for a lot of us to remember and to recognize that within ourselves, within our cells too. Like our cells get enlivened when we're feeding them light frequencies, literally, with alive energy from our mother. It's such a huge support to allow us to get over the density of lifetimes of samsaras and not choosing moksha, and then guilt for not choosing moksha when we realize what happened, and then just getting denser and denser and denser. And this is healing the levels. When you said that, I can just see you and Aaron kind of going, but I saw it just before you said it. I felt like, yeah, it's so many layers. So sometimes I feel like I'll get frustrated because I'm like, I thought I did this, I thought I healed that, but then there it comes again. Well, it's another layer. It's a different shape. It's a different expression of the same illusion. Love is love. Fear, on the other hand, is dressed up in all different kinds of stuff. Fear is this, fear is that, fear is this, fear is that. So it's like those are all the insanities that we've created, and each one of them has to be canceled with love, the love of God, not the fake love that's been usurped by fear, pretending it's God. And that's the distinctions that we learn to make the more we ascend, or we, whatever you're calling it now, we're returning home. That's what's happening. I mean, so many of us are like, okay, I'm going in this time. And I got all these people with me, and it's so much fun. And there's like a movement now. Wow, right? I felt so alone before. I felt like I was the only one. And now it's like, well, look at all the people here. Look at Justin. Look at all these cats that are like, okay, I'm in. Let's do this thing. It's awesome. It's really
Yeah,
awesome.
it truly is, and we are gonna be the leaders in this, and kind of what we're going through, and it's all starting to come out in the public scheme as far as what's happening, and so that's going to be up to each and every one of us to really step forward and be those leaders, be those lights as we go through this transition, because it's going to be a very difficult transition. We're about to collectively have our mirror held up to us and see all the darkness that we weren't willing to look at. And that's going to be very, very, very difficult for so many people. And so it's up to us who have already done that work to some extent or another. It's still going to be hard for us, but for those of us who have done the work a little bit ahead of time and have had the mirror shown to us, we've got to be those leaders and say, hey, it's okay. It's going to be okay. Like, we're going to make it through this. And and people are going to be drawn to that, and we're going to be looked to as these beacons and these sort of life rafts to grab onto and to help facilitate and guide people into this new earth that we're creating in every single moment. And yeah, I mean, just with with the evergreen, the ever given ship that and all that that's coming out. I mean, they just pulled it into I can't remember the lake or whatever the big area that they called it into, but it's all allegorical, like it's all part of it, because this is the biblical nature of it, where it's going. I think it's called like the lake of, I don't remember what it was
We
called, to
could
be
check.
honest.
Is it in Ezra?
Uh,
Right.
it might have been. Does anyone know in the chat where they just pulled the ship to? They just pulled it into some larger sort of lake area, but it's very biblical and where that is. And this is going to be kind of, I mean, and we're going into Easter too, which Easter is not the real Passover, but because most people are the Great Bitter Lake, yeah, that's it, surely. Yeah, so this is the place where it's all going to be revealed. This is sort of like the tomb that Jesus entered into to rest for 3 days before coming out as the risen man. And that's what this is all gearing up for, is this time period um, where we're about to be shown everything. It's about to all start coming out, where they're going to start revealing the human trafficking that's gone on with these evergreen ships, and how they've had hyperbaric chambers on them, to preserve the blood of these children before they harvest them, and that's what the whole point of them is. I don't believe there's any actual children on these vessels. They've definitely done away with any of that, but they're going to show what they were used for and how that operation all went down. And that's just going to open up the can of worms of who was involved and how did this go, and how Hillary Clinton was involved, and all of that. It's all coming out. And so Monday's looking like a really big day for a lot of disclosure. Who knows if it's actually going to play out on that particular day? I've been telling people conservatively that by the end of April, it's definitely all going to be coming to a head, but it could be a lot sooner than that. So just buckle up and get ready for that, because this is what this is what's being taught in the Bible. I mean, just last week we talked about sort of the heavy chapters where Jesus talked about the end of the world, and this is not the end of the earth. This is the end of that world. This is the end of that old way of being, where these, yeah, where these Pharisees and these high priests and lawyers and scribes and all of these demons who all they do is distort the truth and keep us away from it. This is the end of their world. It's no longer going to work. But we've still got a lot of work to do to get over that. Like once this all starts,
That's the
it's,
part that kind of gets me like, oh.
yeah, it's huge because we have to go from this disclosure to dealing with the anger that's inevitably going to come out, and all of these people who are righteously going to be angry, but we have to be able to fuel it and
Yeah.
channel it in a way to where it's used in the exact appropriate measure, but not held on to in this sort of vengeful manner of creating just more seeds of those fears to be taken advantage of later on. We have to be letting go of all the fear that they've implanted into us for so long, and it's going to take a lot of healing. It's going to take a lot of healing, and that's what we're all here to do, is to help heal, and we do that by healing ourselves first. Like on the airplane, you put on your own mask before you help others, and that's
Mhm.
what so many of us are doing with our diets and cleaning up this and truly going within and doing the work, is we're preparing ourselves so that we can heal others.
Mhm.
And that's why it's so vital. It's so important that we stay with this and keep doing
Yeah.
it, because it's all coming out. It's all coming to a head.
Yeah. I love that. I'm super excited, but it is going to be forgiveness, and rethinking forgiveness. But I think a lot of the forgiveness that is coming is self forgiveness, like
Yes.
forgiving yourself for, like, campaigning for Hillary Clinton. You're gonna have to forgive yourself for that once you realize what that lady was up to. Like, I had to really rework so much of my stuff about a year ago. Like, I couldn't, so much. I mean, it's so deep, you guys. Like, this thing is, it was what's so fascinating about that, how deep does the rabbit hole go conversation. It was just like, oh, we're going here again. Like, okay. But it's been kind of wonderful to a certain extent to have this pause, and wow, how magical that was set up to really focus on ourselves as we now step back into, okay, this is why we've been doing this. This is why we're going to continue to do this, because we have to rethink everything, because everything's going to get flipped back right side up, which is fantastic. But it might take a minute for some of us. That's why we practice handstands a lot in our system. We like people to go upside down. You got to go upside down. You got to, shake things up a little bit. You got to be open to seeing things from a different perspective. And that's, I think, a gift that some of us have. Like, we're willing, we're okay, like, show me, show me, show me. And to not be able to get mad at the messenger. Like, this is counterintuitive, friends. Now, like, you should be pissed. It's like what 107 said. Like, you should be really mad about Gaddafi being taken down by the U.S. government. What about that guy in Iran when there was a democratically, what was his name? Started with an M.
I can't,
Mozambique or somebody.
I
But
can't
anyway, I
remember.
remember being in a history class in college and learning about what our government was up to. And then also, I was taking two different classes. One of them was like on the 60s. So there was like, all of this really great stuff I was learning. And then this international policy class where I was like, but just don't get it. Like, I just don't get it. I'm so frustrated. Like, how could this happen? And then, God, when 9/11 comes out, there's still people that believe in all of this. I did until a few months ago, and I'm not ashamed to say that. Of course I did. I trusted. We trust. We just thought that was we didn't. But again, I think that's what Christ is really trying to teach us. Go deeper. Get out of it. Are you sure? Ask questions. Don't just listen to the scribes and Pharisees just because they're wearing that outfit. Well, that guy knows something. That guy over there knows something. It's like, well, what do you know? How did it feel when he told you that? Are you sure that that's true? And just the concerted effort that these people have put forward to hide everything. Wow. And then to put it back out there, the artist that did put it back out there and how much they struggled with it. And I think we owe this to them. Absolutely. We owe it to the ones that stayed in the truth and in face of much worse darkness than we're having right now. I mean, seriously, it's not that bad for us. You know, some people really, 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 really were challenged in much different ways. Um, and it's for them. It's for them. And
Yeah.
it's for us. And it's for you. That's the thing. It's not for me. And that's what some people take everything so personally. Like if you tell somebody, you know, the earth is flat and they're like, "Rah," and they like lose their shit. It's like, it's not about me. It's about the truth. Like, what are you making? Why are you so upset about this? Don't you want to know if it's true or not? Aren't you curious? Why not just be curious? Why do you get so angry all of a sudden? And if you're angry, then what are you, again, what are you holding on to? Seriously, it's just a figment of your imagination. It's just a thought that's been programmed in there and it's untrue. Why do you value untruth? Why do you value that? Like pull that out. You know, you're a divine creation. There's no room for this craziness in your head anymore. It's divine. It's filled with light. So you can't light is light. It's not like permeated by the dark. It's not like, oh, there's a little bit of dark and a lot of light. No, no, no. It's just light. Keep it light. I don't know. I'm just it's going to be very interesting, Mr. Justin.
It,
I can't wait for like a phone call from somebody that's given me such a hard time. I'd like pray that they're just going to be like, "Oh my God, Marie. Oh my God, I just didn't know." And I'm going to be like, "I know. I'm so glad you showed up because it's been a fucking mad mess for a whole year. I'm so glad you're here right now. Can we please go there? Like, can we talk about this?" Like, I had a conversation yesterday with my mom. I mean, she's so beautiful. It was the dumbest conversation. It had to do with nothing. And I was so frustrated. I was like, yeah, because we won't talk about things. So we just talk about dumb stuff. And I'm like, yeah, I'm not going to talk about this. I go, call me when you want to have a real conversation about things. I don't have time for this shit anymore. Like, anyway.
yeah, but that's where we have to be is not and get really because that's a very high pitfall trap to fall into is getting into the I told you so's when all of this starts to come out and just embracing and welcoming people with open arms when they do start to come back, not forcing it, you know, not not getting upset with anyone, but just allowing it to be and allowing them to come back and embracing them, because they will in their own time, and maybe some won't, and that's okay. But we cannot resort to the I told you so's. We cannot resort to rubbing people's faces into it, even though it might seem like it would feel good in that particular moment. But that's ego. That's ego, and that's leading us down the wrong path. Um, so
I
so
feel
yeah,
it.
that's important to remember. And I'd say also with the forgiveness of self. And this is not so just to reiterate and kind of what we've spoken on in forgiveness in the Bible.
Wow.
Yay.
Wow.
And that's leading us down the wrong path. Um,
Wow.
hey,
The light
Charlie.
has come.
Yeah. And I'd say also with the forgiveness of self, and this is not so. Just to reiterate and kind of what we've I'm spoken gonna
Yeah.
on mute you real quick. Oh, you
Yeah.
got it. Bible. I'm gonna mute you real quick, Charlie. Um, so just to finish that thought. So with forgiveness, there has to be repentance, and even with forgiveness of self, there still has to be repentance. So we all have to kind of recognize our responsibility of being complacent and allowing all of this to happen. You know, it got to this point because we were willing to turn a blind eye to people who were doing the wrong thing, and so we have to be repenting of that, and we cannot be forgiving others if there's not that repentance. So it's just really important to recognize that that's an important aspect of forgiveness, is that repentance, acknowledging that there was wrong, and then it has to be righted. You have to do an equal and opposite righting of the wrong. But just wanted to say that. But yeah, we've got Charlie on board. Thank you for being here, Charlie. So glad you got your power back.
Yay.
Yeah, I just got our power back, and actually it was on and off for a little bit. But yeah, it's wonderful to be here. And if there's one message I just want to quickly share with everyone, just whatever you do, make sure when all of this comes to pass, you tell everyone, I told you so. I did. Yeah, you want to trust me on this one. You want to be an I told you so kind of person. Just you tell them. You go right in their face. You go, I told you. I told. No, I'm just kidding. I heard what Justin said.
I don't think people will. I think people are going to be really sincerely like, I'm holding this vision, sincerely like, oh my God. Like, oh my God, I had no idea. Like, wow. And I really, that's what I'm hoping for, that people are going to come out and be like, I can't believe this. And we're going to be able to be like, I know, I'm so glad you're here right now, because I've really missed you. I've really missed being able to communicate with you, like openly and freely. And there was that time that we needed to be separate for a while. Like, everybody has the right to go at their own pace. But I really think that people are going to be more willing, because it's going to be harder to fight it. I mean, once it comes down to the kid stuff, it's like, who's going to defend that? Please, sweet Jesus. Like, who's going to defend that?
Yeah, I mean, I would, I would just be careful with expectation, and know that people are going to do what they will. But yes, I'm hopeful that that's going to be the case for most people as well.
Cool. So,
all right. Well, Charlie, did you have any quick things to say, or should? Oh, here we go. We've already got some whiteboard.
yay.
So this is everything, and in the book of Matthew, it's been about this, and in 25 through 28, which hopefully we have an ability to finish today, if that's what we want to do. It's so much, and we're going to start with the parable, the parable of the 10 virgins. This is secretion. It's all about secretions, and so the word secretion should give everything away. Should, in terms of what this is all about, secretion. So it's the secret ion. And so the essence of what you are ions. Above you, within your cells, everything is ions. And your cells function through these particles, molecules. And the only molecule that you have inside of your cells is an atom or an Eve. A masculine would be an Adam, and a feminine would be an Eve, an Adam or an Eve. And then what is an in Aramaic? The gematria of Adam again is 45. Gotta love this stuff. 45. So he who came first of the child, 45, 4 plus 5 is 9, which is the 9th letter of the alphabet, the divine 9. And so the whole point of this is to take your atoms and turn them on. So the secretion is the secret eye, which is on. And the secret eye is the single eye, or the third eye, which must be turned on for the real secret to be revealed. Now, when Justin was just talking, how many times did Justin use RE words? RE, RE, RE. It's all about rebirth, re-life, rejuvenation, revelation. And it is. And so no matter what you've done, no matter where you've taken your body and or your mind, you can come back from there. That's what Professor Tolkien was writing in The Hobbit. You can go there and back again. So the journey of Bilbo Baggins in The Hobbit is the prodigal son, who has to be part of slaying the dragon, and then he can return home again. So he had to go to the lonely mountain. Slay the dragon, cross the river, the Anduin River, and come home again. And that's what it's all about. So secretion is the secret ion. I is the 9th letter of the alphabet. It's all about becoming divine. It's all about becoming divine. And the first creation of man is Adam. Adam. And you can either be Adam on or Adam, blockage, because you're off. So you have to become on. So you turn the single eye on. So then we go back to Matthew 6:22. If thine eye be single, thy whole body will fill with light. That is you turning on, but only if your eye is single. When you look at this, what are we looking at here? Why the pyramids? Why the pyramids, right? Why is this shape so ubiquitous with all of these ancient cultures? Why? Because that's the very shape to go from here to there. That is the pyramid. Okay? And then the pineal gland is the king's chamber. The pituitary gland is the queen's chamber. And then the central room is the optic thalamus. And this is where we go to become Jesus Christ, to be born again. And this is where the born again Christians comes from Matthew 25, verse 1 through 14, this incredible passage, this incredible allegory, this incredible story of the 10 virgins. 5 were wise, 5 were not so wise, and they were whores because they were whoring their life away. So I'm not sure what all you guys said or what you chose or what you wanted to do today, but yeah, if we're going to dive into Matthew 25, it's all about the secret ions. And again, that's your endocrine system, and your endocrine system it all starts in the third ventricle of the brain, and that's your pyramid.
Yeah, let's dive right into it. Do you want me to read all of chapter 25? Okay.
Why don't you read the parable of the 10 virgins?
Okay.
And
yeah, and then we'll go from there.
Yeah, right up to
13.
Yeah, it's hard to know when to stop, but go to 14.
Okay. So 25:1. Then shall the kingdom of heaven be likened unto 10 virgins, which took their lamps and went forth to meet the bridegroom. And 5 of them were wise, and 5 were foolish. They that were foolish took their lamps and took no oil with them. But the wise took oil in their vessels with their lamps. While the bridegroom tarried, they all slumbered and slept. And at midnight there was a cry made, Behold, the bridegroom cometh, go ye out to meet him. Then all those virgins arose and trimmed their lamps. And the foolish said unto the wise, Give us of your oil, for our lamps are gone out. But the wise answered, saying, Not so, lest there be not enough for us and you, but go ye rather to them that sell, and buy for yourselves. And while they went to buy, the bridegroom came, and they that were ready went in with him to the marriage, and the door was shut. Afterward came also the other virgins, saying, Lord, Lord, open to us. But he answered and said, Verily I say unto you, I know you not. Watch therefore, for ye know neither the day nor the hour wherein the Son of Man cometh. For the kingdom of heaven is as a man traveling into a far country, who called his own servants and delivered unto them his goods. And then it goes into the next parable.
Right, which we'll get to the talents, which is another incredible parable. But I mean, one of the most important parables of all the Bible are the 10 virgins. I've talked about this so much, and I think a great thing for us to do, probably on Marie's channel, is we should probably do a 2-hour show where we do the journey of the chrism oil from beginning to end. And I've done it before, but it's always It's always great to do it live because so much is given in those moments when you do it live. But but this is just so important. So why don't we start with Justin and Marie, and let us. I want to hear your thoughts as to what's being said, because so much is being said there. This is the purpose to life, is what's being said.
Yeah, Marie, you muted. You want me to go ahead? Okay. So I mean, the biggest thing that drew out to me was just the continual we've discussed about oil in your lamp, and if you don't have oil in your lamp, then what are you doing? You're not completing this process, and you're not going to be. So all of this is just physiological to me. I mean, it's talking about the bridegroom, so the chamber of the bridegroom, where we're supposed to complete this process. It's talking about oil in your lamp, which is the chrism oil rising and having that as the fuel for your light to shine. Um, and you're quite foolish if you think that you can complete this process without oil in your lamp. And so it just draws on that, and how we can't. And even when they ask the others for their oil, you can't give it, because it's not for anyone else to do for you. It's a personal journey. It's something that you have to do yourself. No one can do it for you. There's no external savior that's going to come and do this process for you. It's a internal process that you have to take on and do the work. So this just draws on it, and it draws on the repercussions of, if we don't do this, then God's going to say that he doesn't know us, and you can't come in, because this is what we're supposed to do. And until we learn this process, and until we do it, then we're just going to be cast out of the kingdom. We're not going to be let in. So yeah, those are kind of my takes from it.
And I think it's also speaking to preparation, that we're preparing ourselves for this moment, and that we're never going to know when that, it says later, like, you're not going to know when it happens. So be ready, because it can be in any moment. And that kind of gives us, I think, also incentive to keep the practice going each day. So it's not like, okay, I'm on for 4 hours and then I'm off for 8. It's like, it's a continuous journey. And that we're learning how to be prepared, because if we're not, we can't just depend on someone else to do it for us. And then for the ones that actually were prepared, it's not for us to give our juice, our light, our energy to those that weren't prepared. I think that everybody has to go through their moment, their assignment. So it's like, if you found yourself in a moment where you weren't ready, then that's for you to learn that lesson. I can't come and sweep in here and fix that for you. I think a lot of us in spiritual yogis and coaches and stuff, I've spent a lot of time trying to do someone else's work, and that doesn't work. It doesn't work for me. And so I actually really love this parable, because it's inviting us to really honor our own preparation and to take responsibility for that. And we spoke a lot about that in the beginning of the show today. Just really, you're responsible, and that's what it is to be a grown-up. You get to and that's why God's saying, like, the door gets shut. It's not that, it's not because God doesn't love you. It's because God's trying to show you so many times, every moment of every day is a miracle, and you're asleep. And you're protecting your sleep because you love it so much, and it's not serving you. So you might have to have the door shut a number of times before you're willing to get the key from inside, because the key's inside you. And that work is about bringing that oil forward and up out of the lower chakras. And I find that really inspiring, that there's both sides of this here for us. So it's not like because we're doing the work, we have to give it all away and be exhausted. And no, it's like, this is for you, you're for you. Everybody get prepared. We can help each other out, but it's not about losing our own connection to spirit. Yeah, for somebody else. That's what I have to say.
Brilliant. Absolutely. Between the two of you, you got it. And so much of this is about, again, why do we exist? We exist to be ready. We are born ready. That's another one of those phrases that appears a lot in rock and roll songs. That is very deep Gnostic tradition, which is that we're born ready, and that the whole purpose of your life is to be ready for the miracle to occur. But the thing is, this is what the parable shows you: you never know when. You never know when. So this is the thing, the chrism oil, and focusing on the 3 days. If you focus on those 3 days, you won't make it, because you can't cleanse yourself. I mean, you, but only the advanced person in the miracle of source could do so. But for the average person, you're just, what you would be trying to do is put this perfect wine of Christ into an old wine, and it's just going to work. So the whole purpose is to recognize that you are two temples: temple of the body, and each temple need to be treated what temples are, which are hallowed. So hallowed be thy name. What do you think that means? Hallowed be thy name. It means that you need to live as if your name, and it is, because you are hallowed. Hallowed be thy body. Look around. How many people have allowed the miracle of themselves to be destroyed, which is the temple of the body? Hallowed be thy, and remember, the bodybuilder who's doing that's not a hallowed. They suffer and they sacrifice, and they overexert, and they overload on specific things to be able to create certain things. That's not what it's about. It's about balance. Building is not balanced whatsoever. You are not making yourself healthy when you bodybuild. You are doing the opposite. That's why society has turned this entire mainstream media into pushing, and that's what's beautiful, right? So women have to look like boys. Women have, because they are boys, the models are boys, and you got to look like that, and you can't, because you're a woman and that's a boy, and you can't look like that. And then men have to look like this, and that's not good for you, because everything you're doing is denying thyself, constantly denying thyself, and then too much, and then denying yourself, and then before a show you have to starve yourself, and it's just this constant floodgates on, door shut, floodgates on, door shut, and it's on and off, and it's too much, too little, too much, too little. There's no balance. And that's the easy way of the level earth, of the plain mother, is this balance and harmony. So this is the lesson that's being shown here. So we're born ready, and we have to stay ready. The hallowed temple of the body, and then the hallowed mind. How many people have allowed the sacred miracle magic of the hallowed mind to become a cesspool? I did it. I went to school, and then the very nature of me, and I think we can be honest and fair and say that I'm perhaps a little bit more naturally open than, let's say, the average person. So Justin was like that in school, Marie was like that in school, and I was definitely like that in school, where I was just switched off of school all the time. And all I could think about was getting away from school. And eventually by grades 11 and 12, that's what I did. And I left, and I went to the bookstores and the record stores, because the bookstores and the record stores, what? That's doing work in a meditative state, and you're looking for more secretions. That's what they are. You're looking for more secretions for this temple. When you're in the bookstore and you're in the record store, you're looking for more sacred secretions. of course, eventually realize that you have to create them in here, but that's a great place to start. And of course, the great Gnostic, like we teach, right? Gnostic teachers in music were telling you the same thing. You have to do it. Out there are no answers. Only questions, no answers. And that's why we're different. That's why you're here. That's why we've created a family. That's why this family has stuck. That's why it will not fall apart. That's why it will only grow. And that's because it's based on this foundation. And the foundation is this oil in the lamp. And you have to live every single day. Not the 3 days of the chrism oil. No, you have to live every day the same way, which is doing the work to be ready. And that's putting oil in your lamp. So let's be really clear about this. Does everybody understand what I am saying about the oil in your lamp? The oil is the chrism oil. The chrism oil is Christ energy. That's, people call it Christ consciousness, and that's great because it's a great term, because you have to be conscious, which is present. So it's Christ presence. And who gives you the Christ presence? Santa Claus. And that's why there's Santa, and he's a big deal. And that's why Santa is on December 25th, because Santa is responsible for Christ's presence. So that's what Santa does. Once a year, he does it once a month. They've restricted it down to just once a year. Santa does it once a month with the secretion of the milk and the honey. But that's Christ energy, or Christ consciousness. Conscious is presence, so that's Christ presence. That's where the presence under the pine tree comes from. And you have to be the pine tree. This is why evergreen is the symbol. There's no other symbol. Don't be waiting for anything else, and don't think that cargo ship is going anywhere. This is it. There's no other symbol that they have bastardized worse than evergreen, because that's what you're supposed to be, is the evergreen carnivorous tree. Cone I for us. Cone I for us. Carnivorous tree. Pine cone, the divine pine cone for all of us. That's your job. That's your job, is to switch you on through the sacred secrete ions, which is the divine I, on, up and to the right. Throw the switch, right? Remember we did that little clip a while back of Field of Dreams, and towards the end of the movie, when, oh my God, every time I see that scene, I am in tears. I am in complete tears when the father and the son, Dad, would you like to play catch? Which is saying, Dad, can we stand? I'm sorry. And I wanted throwing the switch up into the, and this is what it's all about. So the parable of the 10 foolish virgins is saying to you, keep your mind and body hallowed, because you never know when the bridegroom will appear suddenly. And if you're not ready, it's over like that. It's over like that. You need to be ready. You were born ready, and all you have to do is to be prepared. So then, what are we being taught on the precipice here? Goes to a wonderful little meme first thing this morning, and he showed the girl on the edge of a cliff face, and he said, the word said precipice. We're all at the precipice here with the Ever Given cargo ship in the Red Sea. And now it's been towed to the Great Bitter Bay, which is the bitter pain of the crucifixion that we must all go through. And this is what the Passover is. This is Jesus leaving for forever out of the constraints of just the physical and into something more. Not an end. He didn't die and that's it, and now he's only with God in heaven and will never get to know Jesus. No, he became more, right? So again, in those Batman movies, I cannot stress it. I've been going through them a lot late at night, each night. And again, you know, the Wayne family is the Kennedy family. And Gotham's first son, which is Bruce Wayne, is John F. Kennedy Jr. And the Wayne family was gunned down in plain sight. And the Kennedy family was gunned down in plain sight. And the son is angry and confused and hurt and has violent thoughts, and he needs to control them, but he also needs to know this enemy. So then he goes to the east. And if you look at John Jr.'s life, his mom at a relatively young age got him away from the other Kennedy kids and got him away from Hyannisport or New York, and sent him away to a variety of places, including that one gentleman's ranch who has connections to a variety of organizations in Montana. And John Jr. really sort of cut his teeth there in Montana. So was he learning about pushing himself to the limit? Was he learning about physiology? Was he learning mind? This is all sort of, there was apparently a lot of meditation that was going on there as well. And this is where, again, you see Sun Tzu and the art of war play into all of this, because this is, everything that's happening with Q and the Q team is profoundly Eastern, isn't it? It's very profoundly Eastern, everything that's been going on. And that's because John Jr., JFK Jr., went into the East, which is the right hemisphere of his brain, to learn to focus his anger not on a vigilante, which is one man seeking to heal the pain that he's feeling inside. Rather, and then in the movie, what does Bruce Wayne say? No, I will not come back, and I will not run for political office. I will not be part of the system. I need to be outside of the system. I can't operate within the constraints of their system. I have to be something more than just a man, because they can turn a man into anything they want to. They can and that's what they did with John Jr., right? John Jr. was categorically, you know, here he is, this guy studying to become a lawyer, and yet all that the media portrayed of John Kennedy Jr. was a playboy, and that he was just chasing skirts everywhere. So did John Kennedy Jr., so remember in the Batman movie, in the first one, Batman Begins, did the Bruce Wayne character, isn't that what he did? Isn't he gave them what they wanted? What's if Bruce Wayne is hidden all the time, well, what's he doing with all of his time and all of that money hidden away somewhere? Whoa. So instead you have to create this public persona, which is that he was chasing women. And that's sort of a symbol. That's what he did for the man. And then what he transformed himself is into an idea. And an idea cannot be killed. Okay? And so look at the etymology of the word idea. I is what we must become, which is the single I, which is the 9th letter of the alphabet, which is the divine 9. D is the 4th letter, it's the beginning of our story, and that is the fourfold nature of man. And then remember EA for earth is the ether, and the alpha, this is the combination, the unison between the mother and the father to create the duality. And that's why, you know, the water goddess of Persia is Ea, EA. And you go across into Babylon, and it's Enki, and then into Egypt. And then by the time we get into the Holy Land, it becomes transformed into Greek, and that becomes Johannes, which is Johanna, which is Joanne, and it got turned into John the Baptist, but that's where the EA comes from. So if you look at idea, we have to become more than a man, we have to become an idea, which is the divine confluence of the Father and the Mother in the physical. So in the physical, we must be this balance between the masculine and the feminine, between the Father and the Mother, and that makes us divine. And that's what the etymology of the word idea is. So in the movie, that's what he says. He says, I have to become more than a man, and I'm willing to destroy my reputation. Doesn't matter, because I don't care about a singular victory for myself. See, not a vigilante. This is not about satisfying his primal urges and needs for revenge. This is something more. This is saving something more than himself by taking down the causation of all of these problems, right? So it's not that we need to get rid of nuclear weapons or something. They don't exist, but you don't need to get, those are symptoms of the problem. You get rid of the problem at its source, which is the left brain, which are the Canaanites. So that's what he's showing in those movies. And then those three movies show him creating this character which is larger than life, and then in the second movie falling too far in to the character and forgetting who he was and forgetting the higher purpose here, and then in the third movie being broken in half and thrown into a pit only to rise again. And in the rising again, that is the raising of the El, Russel, and he rose to the Holy Land, Russel, raising to the Holy Land, and then he rejuvenated and he became the Savior, salvation for all others. And it's beautiful. And so this is the ultimate expression of what's being said in the parable of the 10 virgins. Five are foolish, which would be our 5 physical senses. And then we have 5 that are wise, which have risen above. And so this is where that expression comes in many parts of the Bible from Jesus, which is, I never knew you, depart from me. I never knew you. How do you get to know Jesus so that the door is not shut upon you? And it's not shut forever. It's just you have to go back to the start and do it again. And you keep going around and do it again. What was the very first song on the very first album by Steely Dan? The very first song on the very first album by Steely Dan, Do It Again. You go back, Jack, do it again. Wheel turning round and round you go back, Jack, do it again. And you will do it again and again and again until you get it right. And the right is the secret ion. And the secret ion is the oil in your lamp. And the oil in your lamp is the Christ consciousness. And conscious is presence. So this is Christ presence, which is gifted by Santa Claus. So you do the work. You drink orange juice. You eat watermelon. You meditate. You to enhance your meditation, you're doing yoga the right way, which is teaching you to create the miracle of body positions and the strength through all of these body positions through the strength of you within. So yoga is all about the breathing, the diaphragmatic or Buddha breathing, which gives you inner strength in your inner core to be able to do all of these incredible positions, which are teaching you what? Balance, which gives you strength, and then this gives you charisma. Because when you have strength, you have self-confidence. That's why people, so again, the incredible thing about that movie, watch it if you haven't seen it in a while, but the Karate Kid was made by good people. This is a very important movie. And what's being shown in that movie is empowering the inner self, which is that your body is a temple and must be protected. And so through martial art, or these they call them martial arts, but through these ancient practices, we're able to defend ourselves and turn our body into a defensive weapon if the need be. And that is what was happening. So you have white hats and black hats in the same arena and doing the same things for different purposes. And that's the parable of the virgin. So Christ consciousness is Christ's presence. To receive the presence from Santa Claus, you must do the work to raise Christ within you. And when you do, you will have confidence. And the confidence that you gain is called charisma, which is the charism oil of Christ. You will be on top of the world and feeling like you're on top of the world when you raise Jesus Christ within you. And this is literally what Jeshua and Mary Magdalene did. It's what Krishna did. It's what Buddha did. They sacrificed their physical selves to become something more. The Batman movies, to become something more, which is a symbol that lives on inside of us for perpetuity. For all time, the symbol of the Batman who seeks the belfry up and to the right, the bell tower. What do you think a belfry is? Belfry is a bell tower. It's your pineal gland. The Batman seeks the pineal gland, and that is the gift that the Batman gives us. This is the gift that Jesus Christ gives us by becoming more than a man and having his name transformed or transmutated from Jeshua into Jesus Christ. He's become more than a man. He is a symbol for everything that we must be. And you must be ready. This parable is so important because you never know when God will turn the floodlights on and everything makes itself available to you. You must be ready. And up you go into the final chamber of you, which is the final chamber up and to the right, and the third ventricle of the brain is the chamber of the bridegroom. You can find that in any medical encyclopedia or dictionary, the chamber of the bridegroom. And what blocks it is the fornix. And a fornix is a furnace to a crucible. And the fornix has to roll back, and it rolls back automatically when you activate the pineal gland. It's magic. It's magic. You can do magic. You can have anything that you desire. Magic. And don't you know, you're the only one who can put out the fire. Close the fornix, the crucible is shut, the fire is out, and you're just Joe Schmo Blow again, sitting on your couch drinking beer. And like I was talking to Colleen and I were talking to Shaney the other night, and this is something for all of you to listen and listen good to. All of these lazy foods, they attack you when you're at your lowest and worst. All of these snack foods, all of the lazy, slothful foods that they've made available for you, those they host the worst toxins in the world. And what they've put into beer, look at all the men that chronically drink beer. They've lost their hair, they've gained a pregnant belly, they've gained breasts, they've lost their minds. Just think of the transmutation that's gone on by these people that are absolutely slaves to beer. And that's because beer... Go ahead, Justin.
What's one of the only foods that doesn't require you to put your ingredients on it? I wonder why.
And then Doritos and Pringles chips and all of these foods, they've got the ground up remains of our children in those foods, because what they're teaching you at every turn is to be a cannibal. And what is a cannibal? Cain ate Abel. So it's Cain over Abel. So everything, when you're lazy, they're teaching you to be Cain, a Canaanite, a left brainer. And that's why. And they hit you hardest when you're lazy, because to them it's like you deserve it. They've got no bad karma when we engage in these lazy foods, because it's us at its worst and we should know better. And that's what they do all the time. If we should know better, then they hit us the hardest in those areas. And it's the same thing with television. They hit us hardest on television because as a parent, you should know better than to let your kid watch something that is run by dollars. If it's based on making revenue, then there's no truth. There's no truth. There's only advertising, right? Which is programming the mind. So we should know better, and then that's why they're at their worst when we should know better. So sorry for that little run and rant there, but it's very, very important to note that everything is about this book of Matthew, and this parable is so important because you have to do the work and everything. This is what we need to teach our children is you're born ready, stay ready. Stay ready because you never know. So you got to be agile. So again, look at all the frugivores. Why are we frugivores? Because observe the frugivores in their native environments. What are they? Ready. And they're calm. They're just incredibly calm, but they're so ready for anything to happen because they're the best athletes. They are the quickest, cleverest thinkers. They're just ready because they're frugivores. Yep. It's a gift. Why do you fight this? Why do you fight this stuff? It's a gift. You're not a carnivore. You have nothing about you that is a carnivore. You're 100% a frugivore inside and out. Nothing about it. People go, well, we got these two teeth here, and the two teeth are kind of pointed or something. It's like, oh my God. Have you looked? Do you know what the jaw of a carnivore is? It barely moves because it only moves forward and backwards because it's to shear, it's to tear, it's to rip apart because and they've got long tongues because they lap the blood. That's what a carnivore is. They don't kill, cut it up into a steak and cook it on a barbecue. Not one animal ever did that. Only we do. And we do it because we were taught to. And we believe everything that a man in a suit and tie tells us. Eat the apple, Eve. Eat the apple, Eve. Trust me. Okay, jump in, continue on. We're rolling.
Yeah, I was just gonna keep reading on 25. So rolling on with verse 14. For the kingdom of heaven is as a man traveling into a far country, who called his own servants and delivered unto them his goods. And unto one he gave 5 talents, to another 2, and to another 1, to every man according to his several ability, and straightway took his journey. And then he that had received the 5 talents went and traded with the same, and made them other 5 talents. And likewise he that had received 2, he also gained another 2. But he that had received 1 went and digged in the earth, and hid his Lord's money. After a long time the Lord of those servants cometh and reckoned with them. And so he that receiveth 5 talents came and brought other 5 talents, saying, Lord, thou deliveredst unto me 5 talents. Behold, I have gained beside them 5 talents more. His Lord said unto him, Well done, thou good and faithful servant. Thou hast been faithful over a few things. I will make thee ruler over many things. Enter thou into the joy of thy Lord. He also that had received 2 talents came and said, Lord, thou deliveredst unto me 2 talents. Behold, I have gained 2 other talents beside them. His Lord said unto him, Well done, good and faithful servant. Thou hast been faithful over a few things. I will make thee ruler over many things. Enter thou into the joy of thy Lord. Then he which had received the 1 talent came and said, Lord, I knew thee that thou art an hard man, reaping where thou hast not sown, and gathering where thou hast not strawed. And I was afraid, and went and hid thy talent in the earth. Lo, there thou hast that is thine. His Lord answered and said unto him, Thou wicked and slothful servant, thou knewest that I reap where I sowed not, and gather where I have not strawed. Thou oughtest therefore to have put my money to the exchangers, and then at my coming I should have received mine own with usury. Take therefore the talent from him, and give it unto him which hath 10 talents. For unto every one that hath shall be given, and he shall have abundance. But from him that hath not shall be taken away even that which he hath. And cast ye the unprofitable servant into outer darkness. There shall be weeping and gnashing of teeth. When the Son of Man shall come into his glory, and all the holy angels with him, and shall he sit upon the throne of his glory, and before him shall be gathered all nations, and he shall separate them one from another, as a shepherd divideth his sheep from the goats. And he shall set the sheep on his right hand, but the goats on the left. Then shall the king say unto them on his right hand, Come, ye blessed of my Father, inherit the kingdom prepared for you from the foundation of the world. For I was hungered, and ye gave me meat. I was thirsty, and ye gave me drink. I was a stranger, and ye took me in. Naked, and ye clothed me. I was sick, and ye visited me. I was in prison, and ye came unto me. Then shall the righteous answer him, saying, Lord, when saw we thee and hungered and fed thee, or thirsty and gave thee drink? When saw we thee and a stranger and took thee in, or naked and clothed thee? Or when saw we thee sick, or in prison and came unto thee? And the king shall answer and say unto them, Verily I say unto you, inasmuch as ye have done it unto one of the least of these my brethren, ye have done it unto me. Then shall he say unto them on the left hand, Depart from me, ye cursed, into everlasting fire, prepared for the devil and his angels. For I was an hungered, and ye gave me no meat. I was thirsty, and ye gave me no drink. I was a stranger, and ye took me not in. Naked, and ye clothed me not. Sick and in prison, and ye visited me not. Then shall they also answer him, saying, Lord, when saw we thee an hungered, or athirst, or a stranger, or naked, or sick, or in prison, and did not minister unto thee? Then shall he answer unto them, saying, Verily I say unto you, inasmuch as ye did it not to one of the least of these, ye did it not to me. And these shall go away into everlasting punishment, but the righteous into life eternal.
Okay, guys, let me thank you, Justin. You did that's a bit of a tongue twister, that passage. You did a great job with it, so thank you very, very much. Let me jump in here because this is the most misunderstood, and yet it's just vital. It's as vital as the parable of the 10 virgins. And for you to understand what is being said here, and this message is take the load off of Fanny and put the load right on God. That's what it is. Sheep have took the load off of Fanny, and they're counting sheep. Goats are the ones that take thought out of their left brain, and they're lost, and they're mindlessly wandering, and they don't even realize that they've walked into the source of the garden, and they've just eaten all the food for everyone for all the years. And they've just squandered everything because they are not conscious. Therefore, they're not present. Therefore, they've received no presents. So the key to this parable is in the understanding of the word talent. And if you don't take the time to know what these words actually mean when they were written, just like meat. Meat is mete. Mete is manna from heaven. This is not, I was hungry and you gave me meat. That's right. I was slaking for eternally for God, and you filled me up with manna from heaven, which is the sheep thought of the right brain of the God mind that is within you. Take no thought for your life. So talent is the key. So let's go to etymology, and I want you to to listen very carefully here, okay? And we're going to go from sort of recent into what it really, really means. So inclination, disposition, will, desire, from medieval Latin talenta, plural of talentum, inclination, leaning, will, desire. In classical Latin, balance, weight, sum of money. From the Greek talenton, a balance, pair of scales, hence weight, definite weight, anything weighed. As in later times, a sum of money, to lift, to support a great weight. Referencing, measuring weights. And so the further you go back, what you simply find is that a talent is a weight. It is a literal weight upon you. So when in the parable, Jesus gives this weight upon these three different wandering souls. And then one does it perfectly, one does it partially, and one does it incorrectly, which is to hoard. I didn't want to lose it, dear Lord, and I didn't know what to do with it, so I planted it into the ground, and he got his head chewed off. He got his head chewed off by Jesus because he wasn't listening. So the message in the parable with talent is to take the load off of Fanny. So if God has given you, through his Son, the Son of Man, Jesus Christ, has given you talents, you then take the load off of Fanny. You spend, you use. And so what does the first wise prodigal son, what does the first wise prodigal son say? I took your 2 talents that you gave me and I used them and I gained 2 more talents as a result. And this then applies to everything. So it's like money. When you have money that comes to you, if you hoard it, if you bury a hole, which is, by the way, what all of these Canaanites do with their money, they hide it and store it and protect it, and they create banks and they create security systems and armored cars and all of this stuff for their money, because they're slothful, they're greedy, they're hoarders. They hoard. They do not share. The whole point is to share the load. Where do you think that expression comes from? Share the load. And so the right way to do this is to take, so even in the example of money, which is load, which is going to weigh you down, it'll cause you nothing but stress. So with your money, what should you be doing with it? Giving it away. When Bilbo came back in The Hobbit, he brought back a number of chests of gold, and he had 2 chests of gold that came from the troll cave. And Bilbo, because it came from a troll cave and it was procured from murder, robbery, theft, Bilbo never touched or kept an ounce of it. He gave it all away to help others. And so Bilbo used that money, and Tolkien describes in the book, often to young hobbits, so that they could create a house for themselves when they got married and start their life off in the right way or whatever. But Bilbo gave all of the troll money away in charity. And so Bilbo simply grew and grew and grew in his gifts, because he gave his talents away. He shared. And so this is the whole point. If you want to make money, if you want lots of money, then the first thing you should be doing with your money is to give it away for the right reasons, for the right cause. Not blindly or lazily or slothfully to some corporation that's a front for adrenochroming, but doing a foundation on your own for yourself, something that you are in charge of, something that you have control over. And when you do that, guess what happens? More money, more good talents come your way. Righteousness comes your way. So what is a talent? A talent is a weight. And when you accrue weight, then you become heavy and you're reduced down to your ankles in the earth, and you cannot fly like an eagle to, the bird head or God within you. So you must give your talents away. And then this parable is teaching you the sacred importance of how you live your life, which is in which is in sharing with others. Okay? And this is so very, very, very important for each of you to really, I need to be doing a great job in explaining this to you. If it's a good thing, share. If it is a negative load, share the load. We're all brothers and sisters. We all come from the one Father and the one Mother. We're all in this together. Share your load. Whether it be negative or it be positive, share your load, because together we can bear the weight. Together we can share the wisdom. Together we can harness the miracle gifts that we receive from the Father. And that's what's being taught. If you hoard it in the ground, then you wicked, slothful fool, because you have done the opposite of what I've done. All you've done is put more weight upon your shoulders, and further you are from the Father, and more work you now have to do. But when you give it away freely unto others, then you are light. The whole point of this is, because if we are all just ourselves, and our cells are made up of Adams and Eves, and if that's all we are, is just Adam and or Eve, then what we need to do is rise. Rise and rise again, ye lambs, until you become lions. Rise and rise again. It is why the waves endlessly wash upon the shore, and they get higher. And by the way, if you've ever, I used to live on the ocean, so every seventh wave is the crescendo of the peak of the height of that volley of waves upon the shore. And then the next wave that comes starts lower, and then the second after that is a little high. The third after that is the seventh wave. It's the seventh wave, because it is the peak. It is in our lives. And so everything is about light. Everything is about high. You got to get high. That's why those rock songs in the 60s were all about getting high. They weren't talking about drugs. That was the media giving the sheeple a reason to go along with suppressing and banning these songs. Oh, they're drug songs. The Byrds, 8 Miles High. No. 8 Miles High is within you, above judgment, in the singularity with the Father. So they're not drug songs. And this is what we need to do. So this parable is so very important. And to simplify it down for you, it means share your load. Whether it be negative or positive, share your load, because together we will get through this. Together we can bear this weight. And then, of course, the ultimate parable, which Jesus is teaching at the end of the parable, is that ye give of your load to the Father and trust. Because this is why I did that meme about 2 years ago with God, and that there's these three very important words that are all tied together, and that is the trust of God, which is your I-beam, which bears the weight of the load. So the strongest in Mexico here, they're cardenas, but these beams that bear the weight, bear the load in all of the buildings, these are load-bearing beams. These are trusses. And when you take the load off of your truss and you give it to God, you're trusting that God will accept your weight and can handle that weight. Well, He's the Creator. He can handle it. And in terms of will He accept it, He's screaming at you to take the load off of Fanny. That's what we're supposed to do, is take the load. That's what Jesus teaches, is take no thought. Take the load off of you and put it on. And then that gives you the third T, which is truth. So when you take the load off of your trust, you're trusting in God, and then flows the truth. Trust, truth. Trust, truth. Those three are a ladder. Those three are a pyramid, and they lead you to the highest level, which is the divine, the capstone of the pyramid, the divine eye, the illuminated eye, the third eye. When you take the load off of your trust, you're trusting that God will receive it and can bear that weight, and then the truth is revealed to you. Because when you take the load off of you, then what then float? You become lighter than air, and then you're floating amongst the Akashic records, and all that is in every single moment is just floating unto you. If you breathe, if you do yoga, if you're a frugivore, if you do these sacred tasks to be high within your temple in the hallowed realm that God has hallowed with his own hands for you, then ye shall receive the gifts. So that's the parable. That's what a talent is. A talent is weight. Take the load off of Fanny, put the load right on God. Trust, truth. That's how it works. Back over to you guys.
We just explained that all so perfectly. There's really not much more to add other than a big amen. And thank you for clarifying that. When I was reading it this morning, I was writing about talents as well. And I taking the word even literally around the gifts, and you attended to that in your talk just now, just around us using our talents for good, and then also looking at the last servant who was thoughtful, how it was his fear that held him back.
Yes.
And that's never an excuse to be held back. That's kind of what I took from that like, you know, you can't justify you not using your gifts because you're afraid to. That's the work that we're speaking. You've got to let go of that, because it's a recipe for disaster. Weeping and gnashing of teeth, which nobody wants.
Yeah, a slippery slope to hell, right? That's exactly what you're saying. It's a very slippery slope to hell. And the road to hell is paved with good intentions. The road to hell is paved with good intentions, but you never did any of those good intentions. Be in the tent. Be in the tent, and ye shall never go to hell, for the tent is heaven. That's what God created. Above you, within you, below you. It's all a tent, and that is heaven upon earth, and that's where you go in, the tent, the firmament, the firm mind.
Yeah. And we spoke to that earlier too, just that safety that happens in your defenselessness. If you're defending the fear, you're defending the reasons why you missed the mark, you're not in that safety of God. But if you're constantly surrendering that to be in the safety, it's like you just said, Charlie, it's so beautiful to be reminded that God is asking us in every moment to join that alignment. And we're that's the choice we talked about earlier in this talk, just with love and fear, of like, you got to get on board. You got to allow yourself to invest your talents into God's work, because that's going to get you in that flow where you're safe, you're in the tent, you're cozied in.
Now, Marie, just before Justin jumps in here, let me just follow up to what you said, because this is so important. This is literal as well. So this is what is meant when they say, wear the armor of God. Wear the armor of God. So wearing the armor of God is not going home tonight and killing an animal and drinking beer, but going, I love Jesus. I love Jesus, and I got the armor of God on me, and I'm impervious. Oh shit, what's that? A tax collector? Damn it. Okay, well, we better pay it because it's you're not protected from anything. Wearing the armor of God is raising Christ's consciousness, Christ's energy within you, and receiving the presence from Santa, which means you have to do the work. So wearing the armor of God means that you're in the firmament. It means you're in the tent. And I want to share this with you because this is me. I wouldn't tell you this if I didn't know this for 100%. Why I do crazy things like when people are shooting at us, run out of the property, run out of the property when I can be shot at. Because I choose to live and exist in the tent. I choose to live and exist in the firm mind. I have a firm mind. And so that means that I wear the armor of God. It doesn't make me better than anybody else. It just means that with my free will, I chose to do the work to wear the armor of God. The armor of God is when you connect to God. So that's what's putting on the armor of God? Breathing. A frugivore diet. Yoga with Danny and Marie. Diaphragmatic Buddha breathing. Meditation. That's how you put the armor of God on. And what I want to share with you is this. You cannot be hurt. You cannot be harmed. You cannot receive a threatening letter, threatening to sue you and take your money away. You cannot experience an earthquake. You cannot experience anything that is harmful or negative in any shape, form, or fashion when you wear the armor of God. And that means that you are within your mind, the temple of your mind. And the temple of your mind is the firmament. Look at the shape of it. And look at the allegory of again, that movie, why they do these things, goodness only knows. But from time to time, they sneak through. But the Truman Show why is it called the Truman Show? Because it's the true man. And we know that the true man is Jesus Christ. And you are protected even when we don't know better. You're still protected when you live naively. Truman was naive. When you live innocently, Truman was innocent, inside the dome. And they literally built a dome for him in Hollywood, because that's the only way that Truman could be safe from the ravening wolves in Hollywood, is inside the firmament. That, by the way, that's what Christoph, the show's creator, director, producer, writer, Christoph of Christ thinks he's Christ, thinks he's God. And he, and that's why he put him. So he said, Truman, I've kept you so safe. What do you think was out there? This is where you are safe, is in here, in the dome. You're safe inside the dome. But of course, he wants it to be his dome, and it's a dome that has cameras that can then be filmed and then sold for millions of dollars. And that's what it's all about. So it's just showing you the truth in plain sight. So that's a dome, because that's where we are, the innocent. So when we don't know better, it's not our fault. When we don't know better, it's not our fault, and we shall be protected as long as we stay naive and as long as we stay innocent. So by the way, what does Hollywood teach you to do, what to be like? Who are the cool people? Just look at these shows. Like Justin and I were talking about this. These are crimes against humanity. They are. Look at all the shows where kids are involved. The kids are always fighting and arguing with each other, like that's what you do. I had 3 sisters. We didn't fight and argue. I wasn't on the same wavelength with them, but we didn't fight and we didn't argue in it. It's TV, but then you think it's the real thing. You mass maniacs. You people are the real thing. We're the illusion, but you think like the tube. You dress like the tube. You act like the tube. That's what the tube is there. It's a crime against humanity to show you. Well, what do kids do? They want your boyfriend, or they want what you're wearing, and you just argue and argue and argue, and you fight and you do horrible things to one another because that's what we do. No, it isn't. That's TV. That's the Jesuits poisoning your mind. So what I want to share clearly, please, you can absolutely 100% trust me on this. Nothing bad can ever happen to you when you are in the dome. And doesn't that make perfect sense? Doesn't God love you more than anything? And doesn't God want you to be protected and safe forever so that you can go on this journey to discover Him? You are safe inside the firmament. And what does everybody do? They're outside the firmament chasing aliens. The blue chicken people, come and save us. I love those blue chicken people. Come on, blue chicken people, come and save us. Get your head out of your ass and put it back inside the firmament and be safe and go on this journey to seek and to discover God. You are perfectly safe. And if thou went to the top of a mountain and you wanted to jump from one peak to another and you knew you could do so, you absolutely can do so. There's nothing that you can't do, but the cost, the fee is 10%. There's always a price to pay, and the price is the 10%. So when Indiana has to cross the chasm, and his father who's been shot, and he's saying, but Indy, you must believe, boy. You must believe. You must know. You must know, Indy, that God is real. You must know there's no way that you're going to fall. You run outside of your property 100 miles an hour looking for who's shooting at your family because you want it to end. And you know that you need to do this because it's the right thing to do. You're not worried about being shot. You're not worried. You know that this is what you have to do. Live your life through knowingness. No. Matthew chapter 25, one of the most important books ever, is simply saying to you, don't be a foolish virgin. Don't be a fool. Don't bury your talents in the ground. Do the work. Have oil in your lamp. Be ready on your tippy toes. Be ready for the miracle that will come in every moment. And the miracle is inside the dome. Of course, the earth is level. Of course it is, because level means truth. The earth, what's the first thing God created outside of the singularity? Is the mother. She's the earth. And the mother is perfect truth in plain sight everywhere. Of course she's level. Level means truth. Baal is a misspelled representation of Baal. B-A-A-L. B-A-L-L is a misrepresentation of B-A-A-L, who is the Phoenician god, who is known for what? Lying. And when he lies, he turns the truth upside down. Does that not sound like the world you've been living in for the last few thousand years? Yeah, I think so. So once again, sorry for that tirade, guys. But it's so, sorry for that, Justin. I just said sorry, and then I said sorry to say sorry. So that's just, it's so sorry. But all of this is so important. It's so important. The wearing the armor of God is living in the dome. Be true, man. And, you know, he did a great acting job in that movie because in that movie, he was truly innocent and naive. That's us. That's childlike, not childish. Be childlike. You know, and you know, you might get stung by a bee along the way, but that's okay. It's a learning experience. You'll be healed. You'll grow. You'll learn from it. You'll get higher. You'll get lighter. But be inside the dome. Don't for 1 second stick your head outside the dome. And that's what TV does. And what does Michael Corleone say in Godfather 3? Every time I think I'm away from these people, they pull me back. And that's it. So every time, so Michael's trying to turn the most divine land ownership company in the world into something that can help everyone. So he's going inside the temple, and every time he tries to go inside the temple, they pull him back out. They pull him back into the world of hell. Because we don't want you going there, Michael. No. We need you, Satan. Come back to Mordor. We will take you. Okay, back to you guys. Love you.
Love you too. Yeah, and just a quick aside for anyone, just to clarify on the sorries and why Charlie said that. I've been saying recently that I feel like they say sorry too much, and I feel like when we say sorry when we don't actually need to be saying sorry, we're casting a black magic spell on ourselves because we're admitting fault when there's no fault to be taken. So a better way to express and just to practice for anyone who feels like they say sorry too much. So in that example, Charlie could have said, "Thank you guys for listening to all that." You know, switch it to gratitude and say, thank you for your patience," or "Thank you for listening to all this," instead of saying sorry, which is saying that, you know, implying that something wrong was committed when absolutely there was nothing wrong committed. It's beautiful to have these flows to come through, and whatever time it needs to take, it's always worthy to have it. So yeah, just a quick note on that. And then
100% true.
going back to Matthew 25, just quick thoughts on wealth in general and what these verses are alluding to. and a trap that we can get ourselves in, and one that's pushed by the church and pushed guilt onto us for even having wealth. So it's a fine line, because yes, we don't need to be accumulating wealth just for the sake of accumulating it, just to have it and to hoard it and to put it away. But we also don't need to be ashamed of wealth when we do have it, because that's what it says so plainly here. I mean, in verse 29, for unto every one that hath shall be given, and he shall have abundance. So when we do this work, we are given abundance. That's part of the rewards that are built into it. So don't be ashamed when you have wealth, but you just have to always be conscious of what you're doing with it. Am I using my wealth and my abundance to serve? And that's what creates that reciprocating energy that's constantly feeding and providing more rewards and more for that. And you can include yourself in having that wealth. You can include yourself in having things to provide you with the opportunity to spread more and to share more. But it's a subtle difference between the accumulation and hoarding of it, and the desire to have so that you can share more, and to share more with your brothers and sisters. So just wanted to point that out, because we are often tricked into this guilt and shameful mindset of whenever we have wealth, that we shouldn't have it, and oh, I should just give it all away to the church or whoever else. And um, no, we need to be sharing it with those around us, and even getting into the next section where where God says, like, the verily I say unto you, inasmuch ye have done it unto the least of these my brethren, you have done it unto me. And discussing how when we see those who needed drink, or were naked, and we clothed them, and sick or in prison and visited them, like this. These are the tangible examples where we can see God in each and every one of us, and recognize that by serving is the place where that maximum abundance can flow, and those rewards are built into it. But it's not from a desire to gain rewards. It's just an understanding that the rewards are built into it. And so therefore I can serve, and I should serve, because that's the way that the system is built. It's a very um uh, I mean, it's a very righteously oriented system, and it's very much built around the virtues, and it rewards the virtues. And so when we are virtuous, and we operate in that sense in every sort of way, without the sort of desire that it has to be met with rewards, but just with the knowing that it will be met, and a trusting, as Charlie said, to trust absolutely, then absolutely all of the rewards will flow to us, and that abundance will flow, and we don't need to be ashamed of that. So yeah, I just wanted to kind of draw on those little things where I see people get trapped a lot of times.
Brilliant, brilliant, Justin. Again, everything that you're saying is so true, so right, so accurate. Again, you look at all the people in this world that are truly abundant and truly happy. They're the biggest givers that you've ever seen in your life, because to give is to receive. You just need to know that. So if you like receiving, then you have to give. There's no other way. This is what we teach all the time, right? We hear that with us all the time. There's no other way. There's a right way and a wrong way. If you're not on the right way, you're a Satanist. Now, that sounds like a harsh thing to say, but it's true, because all that exists is with God or without God. So when we say Satan, it just means sin. What is sin in Latin? Remember? Con is with, sin is without. So the only sin that we can ever make is to be without God. So what is the word again? Root Latin for without God is sin. That is a sin, to be without God. And that is Satan. Satan is sinning. Satan is sinning. That's all it is. Those who are Satanists sin. Those who are on the straight and narrow path have no room to sin. All you have is this ever clear ever more clear path directly to the Father, where the light shines brighter. And the further you go, the faster you go, because you're getting closer and closer and closer to Source, which is the essence of you, which is the Father. So when you get on this path, there's no room to sin. When you're on the Broadway, every city, right? And they've got all the entertainment on Broadway. In every city, Broadway is where they have their entertainment. Enter and hold the mind. Yike. On Broadway. That's what they're telling you. It's everything is a message. Everything is a parable. And they put it in plain sight. And when you're on the Broadway, you've got lots of room to wander around corners. And what does George Harrison say? A mind that wants to wander around a corner is an unwise mind. Stay straight, brothers and sisters. Stay narrow, for that is the path of our true vision. Open your eyes and that's what you see, because that is the path to God. So we're going to go into 26 here, and this is the first day of Passover. It's very important that you know this. So remember, just recently, Jesus has led the disciples home to Jerusalem. Jerusalem is an allegory for the third ventricle of the brain. So we're coming home to the father and the mother, pineal and pituitary. He's getting close. And so this crucifixion must occur. So chapter 26 is all about the crucifixion and why the crucifixion must occur. And we're going to get Justin to read it here, but just really quickly, Judas betrays Jesus for 30 pieces of silver. Silver is the mother, and 30 is 3 plus 0 is 3. 3 is the child. So this is the betrayal of the child from the mother to the father. So this had to happen. Remember as you read this, it's an allegory, and it had to happen. And when this occurs physically, when this occurs literally, and there are the Judases of the world that would betray us for 30 pieces of silver, the way that God wrote this story is that we win. For when this occurs, we cross over. We cross over, which is cruci. Cruci in Latin is cross. Crucifixion is crossing over. So when they think that they can win by killing us, all they do is shoot us 1,000-fold into heaven upon earth. And then we come back as the risen man. So every way they lose. Every way they lose. And that's because the creation is God's creation, which is righteous. And they play it wrong, and it's as simple as that. So Justin, take us through such an incredible chapter.
All right. So 26:1, and it came to pass when Jesus had finished all these sayings, he said unto his disciples, Ye know that after 2 days is the feast of the Passover, and the Son of Man is betrayed to be crucified. Then assembled together the chief priests and the scribes and the elders of the people unto the palace of the high priest, who was called Caiaphas, and consulted that they might take Jesus by subtlety and kill him. But they said, Not on the feast day, lest there be an uproar among the people. Now when Jesus was in Bethany in the house of Simon the leper, there came unto him a woman having an alabaster box of very precious ointment, and poured it on his head, and he sat at meat. But when his disciples saw it, they had indignation, saying, To what purpose is this waste? For this ointment might have been sold for much, and given to the poor. When Jesus understood it, he said unto them, Why trouble ye the woman? For she hath wrought a good work upon me. For ye have the poor always with you, but me ye have not always. For in that she hath poured this ointment on my body, she did it for my burial. Verily I say unto you, whosoever this gospel shall be preached in the whole world, there shall also be this that this woman hath done, be told for a memorial of her. Then one of the 12, called Judas Iscariot, went unto the chief priests, and said unto them, What will ye give me, and I will deliver him unto you? And they covenanted with him for 30 pieces of silver. And from that time he sought opportunity to betray him. Now the first day of the feast of unleavened bread, the disciples came to Jesus, saying unto him, Where wilt thou that we prepare for thee to eat the Passover? And he said, Go into the city to such a man, and say unto him, The Master saith, My time is at hand. I will keep the Passover at thy house with my disciples. And the disciples did as Jesus had appointed them, and they made ready the Passover. Now when the even was come, he sat down with the 12, and as they did eat, he said, Verily I say unto you, that one of you shall betray me. And they were exceeding sorrowful, and began every one of them to say unto the Lord, Lord, is it I? And he answered and said, He that dippeth his hand with me in the dish, the same shall betray me. The Son of Man goeth as it is written of him. But woe unto that man by whom the Son of Man is betrayed. It had been good for that man if he had not been born. Then Judas, which betrayed him, answered and said, Master, is it I? He said unto him, Thou hast said. And as they were eating, Jesus took bread and blessed it, and brake it, and gave it to his disciples, and said, Take, eat, this is my body. And he took the cup, and gave thanks, and gave it to them, saying, Drink ye all of it, for this is my blood of the New Testament, which is shed for many for the remission of sins. But I say unto you, I will not drink henceforth of this fruit of the vine until that day when I drink it new with you in my Father's kingdom. And when they had sung an hymn, they uh, went into the Mount of Olives. Then saith Jesus unto them, All ye shall be offended because of me this night, for it is written, I will smite the shepherd, and the sheep of the flock shall be scattered abroad. But after I am risen again, I will go before you into Galilee. Peter answered and said unto him, Thou all men shall be offended because of thee, yet will I never be offended. Jesus said unto him, Verily I say unto thee, that this night before the cock crow, thou shalt deny me thrice. Peter said unto him, Though I should die with thee, yet I will not deny thee. Likewise also said all the disciples. Then cometh Jesus with them unto a place called Gethsemane, and saith unto the disciples, Sit ye here while I go and pray yonder. And he took with him Peter and the two sons of Zebedee, and began to be sorrowful and very heavy. Then saith he unto them, My soul is exceeding sorrowful, even unto death. Tarry ye here and watch with me. And he went a little farther, and fell on his face, and prayed, and saying, O my Father, if it be possible, let this cup pass from me. Nevertheless, not as I will, but as thou wilt. And he cometh unto the disciples, and findeth them asleep, and saith unto Peter, What, could ye not watch with me 1 hour? Watch and pray, that ye enter not into temptation. The spirit indeed is willing, but the flesh is weak. He went away again the second time, and prayed, saying, O my Father, if this cup may not pass away from me, except I drink it, thy will be done. And he came and found them asleep again, for their eyes were heavy. And he left them, and went away again, and prayed the third time, saying the same words. Then cometh he to his disciples, and saith unto them, Sleep on now, and take your rest. Behold, the hour is at hand, and the Son of Man is betrayed into the hands of sinners. Rise, let us be going. Behold, he is at hand that doth betray me. And while he yet spake, lo, Judas, one of the 12, came, and with him a great multitude with swords and staves, from the chief priests and the elders of the people. Now he that betrayed him gave them a sign, saying, Whomsoever I shall kiss, the same as he, told him fast. And forthwith he came to Jesus and said, Hail, Master, and kissed him. And Jesus said unto him, Friend, wherefore art thou come? Then came they and laid hands on Jesus and took him. And behold, one of them which were with Jesus stretched out his hand and drew his sword and struck a servant of the high priest and smote off his ear. Then said Jesus unto him, Put up again thy sword into this place. For all they that take the sword shall perish with the sword. Thinkest thou that I cannot now pray to my Father, and he shall presently give me more than 12 legions of angels? But how then shall the scripture be fulfilled, that thus it must be? In the same hour said Jesus to the multitudes, Are ye come out as against a thief with swords and staves for to take me? I sat daily with you teaching in the temple, and ye laid no hold of me. But all this was done, that the scriptures of the prophets might be fulfilled. Then all the disciples forsook him and fled. And they that had laid hold on Jesus led him away to Caiaphas the high priest, where the scribes and the elders were assembled. But Peter followed him afar off until the high priest's palace, and went in and sat with the servants to see the end. Now the chief priests and elders and all the council sought false witness against Jesus, to put him to death, but found none. Yea, though many false witnesses came, yet found they none. At the last came 2 false witnesses, and said, This fellow said, I am able to destroy the temple of God, and to build it in 3 days. And the high priest arose and said unto him, Answerest thou nothing? What is it which these witnesses against thee? But Jesus held his peace. And the high priest answered and said unto him, I adjure thee by the living God, that thou tell us whether thou be the Christ, the Son of God. Jesus saith unto him, Thou hast said. Nevertheless I say unto you, hereafter shall ye see the Son of Man sitting on the right hand of power, and coming in the clouds of heaven. Then the high priest rent his clothes, saying, He hath spoken blasphemy. What further need have we of witness? Behold, now ye have heard his blasphemy. What think ye? They answered and said, He is guilty of death. Then did they spit in his face, and buffeted him, and others smote him with the palms of their hands, saying, Prophesy unto us, thou Christ, who is he that smote thee? Now Peter sat without in the palace, and a damsel came unto him, saying, Thou also wast with Jesus of Galilee. But he denied before them all, saying, I know not what thou sayest. And when he was gone out into the porch, another maid saw him, and said unto them that were there, This fellow was also with Jesus of Nazareth. And again he denied with an oath, I do not know the man. And after a while came unto him they that stood by, and said to Peter, Surely thou also art one of them, for thy speech bewrayeth thee. Then began he to curse and swear, and saying, I know not the man. And immediately the cock crew. And Peter remembered the word of Jesus, and said unto him, Before the cock crow, thou shalt deny me thrice. And he went out and wept bitterly. It's intense stuff. Oh, we lost Marie.
Okay. Thank you for that, because that is an exceedingly long passage, and I think everyone knows why. And when you get to this point, nobody wants to stop. You just want to keep going because the story is very overwhelming at this point. And Jesus was left alone because it's a very alone journey, because very many are called. Many means all, everyone is called. Very few are chosen, because very few actually are honest enough and acknowledge that they have been called. Most pretend or deny hearing the call. I didn't hear that. Did you? I didn't hear anything. I didn't see anything, didn't hear anything. And so it is a very lonely road. And that's what's being said here, what is being demonstrated here, is that it is a very lonely road. And it shows you that with the disciples, where they were in relation to where Jesus was in his work. And that is now this goes back and shows you why so often Jesus had to berate those around him, because they were simply so far outside the temple and constantly pointing out, look at that temple. And Jesus was saying, why do you look in that direction when surely every single stone of that construction of the hands of man will fall to the ground and into the nothingness from whence it came? Look within thyself. And there are very few who wish to do that. And Jesus found himself alone. So when you read this passage, and if this passage really riles at you, and how every one of them fled and left him alone, and then these demons, which are the Catholic Church, which is the Hebrew faith, the American Protestant religions, they're all, when these demons spit in his face and laid their hands in violence against him, if this riles you, if it makes you angry, then because in your reality still upon the cross, and will stay upon the cross as a savior to all of your sins. So how do you, if you love Jesus, if you truly profess to love Jesus Christ, then get him off the cross. And only you can do that by stopping sinning. Because when you sin, you're without God. And every single thing that Jesus Christ taught was not of him, it was of thy Father. It was always in the revealed, the revel of the Father. It was all about the Father. And that's where we must go. And there are two temples, temple of the body, temple of the mind. And we must be alkaline to be in the hallowed chambers of thine temple of the body and the mind. So if you love Jesus Christ and you hate this chapter and you hate this story and you wish more than anything that you could stop this. As a kid, when I heard this, it bothered me to no end, because I didn't want it to happen, and I wish that there was something that I could do. There is. That's, I guess, why I'm here, as much or perhaps more than any other reason, is to share this with you and tell you truthfully, I say unto thee, there is a way to help Jesus Christ. If you want to create a eucatastrophe and change this story and stop it forever, then you must experience the crucifixion. You must willingly be put upon the cross. You must suffer the death of the 5 physical senses within you, the harborage of the left brain, and you must willingly walk without any possessions or any family, as Jacob did, across the river to the right. Wrestle thine own ego for an entire day. Meet God face to face in a place called Peniel, and be gifted the land flowing with milk and honey. Do you see this? This is also why there are no aliens. You have to do this. Nobody else can do this, because Christ exists within each of us. God exists within each of us. So it's up to each and every one of us. If I do this, it doesn't save you. Only you can save you. And the whole point of Jesus Christ is that he gives you the chance for you to save you. That's why he is the Savior, because he will save you. He will save us because he is within us. He's giving this chance to us to be of him, to go all alone, which is, you have nothing except God. You have nothing except your faith in God. And if you have faith in God, then nothing they do can hurt you. Nothing they can do can hurt you, because you walk as one with thy one true Father. So this is the whole point of this book. He walked alone because nobody wants to do the work. What have Colleen and I shared with you all year? It's a lonely road because nobody seems that they want to do the work. They all want to say they love God. They all want to have God in their lives, but nobody seems to want to be able to do the work. You have to do the work. And that disproves aliens. There's no such thing as any other out there force that's coming to save you. You have to save you. And the opportunity to the second chance, the resurrection, the second chance that you're gifted is because Jesus Christ selflessly, Jeheshua and Mary selflessly gave up themselves physically so that we eternally would have the second chance. And this is the chance to get it right. We got it wrong all these years, and now it's time to get it right. And that means that you must stand. When everybody is calling down Jesus Christ and God, we must stand in the brightest, highest place and shout to the heavens that I am one with thy Father. And do your worst unto me. Do your worst unto me. For I fear not, I am one with thy Father. So I'll let you guys walk through this. It's incredible. And then there's so many key words that are in this. Maybe just before you guys do that, let me just put a couple of things here. So first, Bethel, the root is Beth. And just so you know, the root of Beth is a house of God. So it's a place where God is worshipped. So remember, he went into a house in Bethany, and thereupon a woman came and gave to him a sacred secretion from an alabaster. Alabaster, the virtuous pure white stone, the sanctified stone. And she poured this sacred oil upon him. That is the chrism oil, the charisma, the strength that he needed to be able to go through this process. And Jesus said, remember her. And you make sure that when you tell this story to the world, you remember and you include her and her actions in this story. For she gave of herself to me, her essence, so that I would be strong through these moments of temptation. And this is the bestowing of the chrism oil. And so alabaster is pure from the hands of God, stone, pureness, righteousness. And Bethany is Bethel, which is Bethlehem, which is a house of God where one walks and worships God, where one walks with God. So that's that. Now the other that Justin Gethsemane, which was referenced later, and it was right when Justin was talking about, and they went into, by the way, who goes into a mountain? You know, that's a very odd thing to write, right? So Jesus and the disciples ascended the Mount of Olives, and they thereupon went within. Whoa, that's a cave. That must be a cave. So that's going inside your mind. That's meditation, right? And Gethsemane is a garden in the Mount of Olives in Jerusalem, and the root in Aramaic of Gethsemane is oil press. So that's where Jesus took them, but nobody but Jesus was obviously pressing oil. They were all drinking beer and eating Doritos, I think, because they acted like a bunch of cowards. But Jesus was pressing oil in the Mount of Olives, right? You see these names? You need to take your time. Every time you go through this and you know not a word, never go to a dictionary. A dictionary, they originated out of Oxford. That is the big beast blocking the path to the truth. A dictionary is going to lie to you. You go to etymology. And in etymology, it will show you the truth of the word. And what you will find is they've lied with every single word now. Every single word has been lied and turned upside down. Ball. So I wanted to share that. Now back over to you guys. Go. This is so great.
I'll just add to the story with the woman in the ointment. I just really kind of took from that it was his ability to acknowledge who he was, to receive the gift that she was giving him, and the disciples like being crazy about that, like being like, we should do something else with this, which really showed the left mind, like not being present in the moment with what was actually happening. And yeah, it was like this, like seizing the day, like seizing this is what's happening right now, and let's acknowledge, let's be present to that. And it wasn't a waste. Like, to receive that gift it's not a waste. And I always get a little annoyed at the disciples, which probably means I've got a little bit of them in me still. Why don't they acknowledge, like, wow, what she's actually doing here? And obviously Christ did the right thing and told them what was actually happening here, but and then he acknowledged her in front of them. And that's I think a real healing too for women in general, like your intuition to serve the master, like to show your gifts and to share your essence is worthy, and we need to be stepping up to the plate and doing that. And so that was what I took from that little story. I thought it was
Marie, it's huge. It's absolutely huge. And everyone, again, ointment, what is oint? Ointment, ment is mind, so then what is oint? Oint is to anoint, and the anointing is the sacred oil. So that's why she did it, because it's a sacred oil upon he who would become our sacred oil. So it's kind of foreshadowing the future. And that's that intuition and telepathy that's within her. And it's a woman because it's the sacred mother. It's the sacred feminine. That's why you know that she is the sacred mother who did this, because it's alabaster stone, right? It's the first pure creation of God is the alabaster stone, which is the sacred Virgin Mother. And then an oint is to anoint, and the anoint is the chrism oil. And ment is mind, and that's it. So you have to go into the Mount of Olives. Remember what I teach is that when you bypass Atlas, because he shrugged, and you have to go around, which is the crossy fiction, and you come back into the brainstem, the hypoglossal opening. What's on the right side, this is literally true. You can find this in all of their medical encyclopedias as well. On the right hand, Gray's Anatomy, on the right hand side is an olive shape, and on the left hand side is a pyramid, and that is this hypoglossal opening, the 12th opening of the brainstem, and that's where the vagabond prodigal son nerve, the vagabond nerve, returns home through the Mount of Olives. And then you have to press oil. You have to press oil and Gethsemane. You have to press oil, and then she will come to thee, and a cup of alabaster will anoint thee oil upon thy mind. Oh, wow. And so if we taught this story to our children, we taught what we're teaching, they will go backflip crazy happy with joy, because this is everything, and it's so uplifting, and it's so empowering to listen to this story. The story that they teach you, it's brutal. And as a kid, like I said, it bothered me so much, and I wish that I could do more. And I'm here to tell you, you can. And the doing more to get Jesus off the cross so that they don't spit in his face. Because if I was there, yowzer. And that's what we do. You get righteous. You cast thy net to the right. That's what you have to do. Pisces becoming Aries. And then you're over the target. Aries. We're over the target right now. That's right. The ever given is being sequestered in the lake of bitter pain. In the lake of bitter pain, in the Suez Canal, which is above the Red Sea. And we must part the Red Sea to enter into the land flowing with milk and honey. I mean, you just remember what they said? This is biblical. it's biblical, and there's no other symbol coming. Evergreen is that symbol. So Justin, sorry, yeah, jump in, my friend. Beautiful, Marie. Thank you. So powerful, Marie.
Yeah, I mean, there's not much more to say other than I do want to sort of draw on the portion where Jesus is praying and saying, you know, if oh my Father, if it be possible, let this cup pass from me. Nevertheless, not as I will, but as thou wilt. And this just really shows a powerful, like a very relatable moment for Jesus, you know, to where we can truly see that this is difficult. Like it's difficult when we go through our crucifixion process, when we go through our portion where we have to let go of our ego and go through whatever sort of difficult process we have to do. It's difficult. It's not easy. And this is just such a powerful reminder that even Jesus personified in this book, as powerful and as righteous and as strong as he was, he still had these moments where he was fearful and he, you know, it's like if there's any other way, let it be. But even within that, there's such a faith. There's such a faith and such a trusting because he knows that it's the will of the Father. He knows that this is the time and he knows that this has to be done. And so he stands in such power within that. But these passages give us a reminder that it is difficult. And so it allows us to integrate this in a much better way because we can relate to that and say, okay, I know this is hard. I know this is going to be difficult. I know this isn't going to be easy, but I can still step into that and know that God is leading me to that place of abundance, to that place of truth and righteousness, and I get to step into that. And then it just continues with you know, when his disciples are trying to defend him with their swords and he's saying, no, don't you know that this is the will of my Father? Don't you know that this is written in the prophecy? Don't you know that this has to be done? And so he stands so firmly in that knowingness, and that's where we have to get to. And that's why this clarity is so important to gain, because when we have this knowingness, then there's nothing that can steer us away from what has to be done. Um, so yeah, those were the big parts that stood out to me in this chapter that, you know, hasn't already been discussed, but just wanted to kind of draw on those specifically.
I can just add one more thing to that, Justin. What you were saying earlier in our talk about humility and how even in this moment he's demonstrating what we need to do in those moments is to ask for help, like to go to our Father, like to bow down. And the fact that the disciples, you know, wanted to mentally but couldn't physically, like their flesh was weak, like they couldn't keep vigil, really shows us where our alignment is, that narrow path, like our alignment of mind, body, and spirit is so essential. And he's showing us, he's like, this is hard, so what am I going to do? Am I going to muscle through this? Am I going to be defensive and proving or weird? No, he's surrendering, he's surrendering himself to the will of the Father. And that's what we're all invited to do in those moments and every other moment. I just wanted to add
Yeah, and it goes back to what we were.
This,
Sorry, go ahead. Go ahead, Charlie.
no, go ahead. No, Justin, go.
Well, just to what we were speaking about before Charlie came on at the beginning, like when we're met with these difficult moments where things seem challenging and we're met with this sort of uncomfortable nature, like to truly lean into that, because that's where God is showing us. That's where God is refining us and getting us to step into our true essence and our true nature. And this is just a powerful example where Jesus was stepping into something that was extremely uncomfortable. I mean, he was facing death, and yet he knew this was the right thing to do. He knew this was necessary, and he still leaned into it because he knew what was on the other side. He knew that doing the will of the Father is that which we have to be leaning into at every single point, every single turn. Um, so yeah, I just wanted to say that.
Justin, that's amazing. Marie, just, my God, you both are so special. And you both picked out I think ultimately the two most important parts of all of this. And Justin just used such a key word, which is refinement. Refine is always related to refinement, and ment is the mind. And so is the second chance that Jesus Christ gives us. And remember what I've taught you about fine, fina. Fina is not a fine that the police give you for doing something wrong. It's not just okay. Fine is the highest. Fine is heaven on gossamer wings. It's a silk thread. It is so fine, and it is so virtuous, and it is so pure. It is so beautiful. It's the highest, and they've turned it into a monetary obligation that you have to pay for doing something wrong, or that it's just okay. They're demons. They're absolutely demons to take these words. So what we need is refinement. And when you take oil, which is dirty, and you have to rape the Mother Earth to take oil out of the ground, why, to be able to use it, are we forced to go through a process which is called a refinery? Why does all of this raw oil have to first go to a refinery? Because we have to take which is dirty and make it clean. And so then this is why, and everything Marie and Justin are saying is about clarity. Clarity is the diamond. This is the diamond. This is the 5D you. This is your fifth dimension, is when you become the diamond. And again, the diamond is showing you the middle plane, and then it's the double Ouroboros, the double sine wave, which is the torus field, which is the Bible. And there it is. There's you. There's you. Mind, body, temple of the body, temple of the mind. There's the mother. This is the higher you, which is the fifth 5D you, which is the diamond you. And then X marks the spot. See the confluence of all of these roads? X marks the spot, and that's where the Father is, at the center of all of this. And this is you. This is you. And where everybody kind of is down here, and there's no diamond. You're in the lower Ouroboros. You need the Q. Why do you think? Look at the alphabet. L, M, middle, 13 of 26, mother, middle way, M, middle, M for middle, 13 of 26, the middle way, 4 of 7 chakras, 3 below, 3 above, the middle way. M is the middle, N, O, P, Q. O and Q are only separated by one letter, which is P. What's P? Come on, you guys, write it down in the chat. You've heard me say this so many times. You know that this is true. P stands for photon, God's light. So how do you get from just this, and you're trapped in a victim down below in the Ouroboros, and what you put in is what you get out, and you drink beer and eat Doritos, and it's shit in, shit out, shit in, shit out, and round, round, round you go. The only way is to become filled with God's light. And that's by exalting the mother. And then she rises, and we get the eternal 8. And remember, like I said, if you want to look at this another way, look at it this way. Down below, we have the letter O, and you're a victim. Shit in, shit out, around the wheel you go, you're a victim. And the way that you rise up is through Jesus Christ, and that's the letter Q, which is this righteous action. See? That's why the Q has the little line below, and that's, you see those great images of Jesus from above reaching his hand down to you and saying, rise up with me, rise up with me. That's the letter Q. This is the true meaning of the letter Q. Q is what raises the O into the eternal A. And then X marks the spot. As soon as we cross over, see, there's the one line, because Jesus raised his hand and gave us a chance. Jesus is saying, take my hand and come home. Take my hand and I'll bring you home. And when we do, we cross over. You see? Crisscross. Christopher Cross singing about Ride Like the Wind and sailing and the light is on. Every single song Chris Cross wrote was about God and this journey. And there it is. So when you take the hand of the letter Q, you create the X. And so this is why the alphabet has to be M, N, O, P, Q. The O and the Q are sundered by what? Photon. What is God? God is photon. God is photon. God is photonic light. God is light. So going back into what both Justin and Marie were referencing, we're talking about clarity, and Marie was talking about this necessity for clarity. And you look at the etymological root of clarity, it's clear, but it says in the etymological root of clarity, it's clearness through the brightest of light. So you become clear through the brightest light. The brightest light would be God, would be the mother, and would be the child, Jesus Christ. And so when you're with the Holy Trinity, that's bright light, and that's P, which is photon. God is photon. So how do you change yourself from the victim in the lower Ouroboros into the Son of Man, who can be risen and live eternally and teach this as the lighthouse? You have to reach up and take the offering of Jesus, the letter Q, the action Q. Q is all about action. And you know, like I said, remember in Christian Bale's character, who's Bruce Wayne in the Batman movies, he's saying, of myself, they'll just attack me and write me off, portray me a certain way. But I have to become something more. He said, I have to become a movement that can inspire people within themselves. That's what was literally said in the movie, that I have to inspire them from within, because anyone can be the Batman. It's not about me, but they'll never know, Bruce, that you saved an entire city, Jerusalem. Gotham is Sodom and Gomorrah, and it needs to become Jerusalem, right? And you saved an entire city, and no one will know that. Sure they will. The Batman saved the city. And anyone can be Batman. Anyone can be Batman. How wise is John F. Kennedy Jr.? What kind of work did John F. Kennedy Jr. do to slay the dragon within him, to make himself more than a man, to make himself an idea that turned into a movement? And we are Q. Don't you get it? We are Q. Remember at the beginning when Robert David Steele wanted, Charlie Ward and Robert David Steele wanted to do that show with me, and I did a show with them. And the entire show, Robert David Steele's going, I did the show because I think your mind, Charlie, is like numero uno out there, and I want to see, how you work and what's going on and stuff. And then the whole show, he was just angry with Trump, because Trump was denying all of these people who wanted to be part of the Q movement and make her and make him, and they're famous, and they want to be part of this Q thing, and Trump's denying them. He's not giving. And I said to him, because Q is grassroots. It's all of us. And what the Q movement isn't about one famous person coming like a blue chicken from outer space and saving us. It's we have to save ourselves. And so what John F. Kennedy Jr. did is he created the QAnons, which Anon is ever and always. Anon is ever and always. So it's the eternal 8. And he was on 8chan. And what's the symbol by the way, folks, what's the symbol for 8chan? It's a swirling eternal 8. Look at it. It's a perfect symbol for magnetism, for the scalar wave, for eternity, for Christ, for all of it. It's beautiful. So John F. Kennedy Jr. is saying the only way this will work, Batman, is that if you realize that you have to become the Batman. And you have to get to the belfry. And then Batman and Robin. Again, where is the Robin come in all of this? Because that's the bird head of God. The Robin who is upon high and sings as Kira teaches us the beauty of the birds, and they're singing their praise for God. And in every single moment, they're singing their praise for God. That's Robin. That's what Robin is, singing the praise of God in every single moment. And the only way you can do that is upon high. That's why in your head, if you turn sideways, in your head from here, from the chalice of Christ to the third ventricle, is shaped like a falcon's head. Horus was the son of Osiris and Isis, and he was the falcon child of God. And that's because he had a bird head. And we all have a bird head, but we have to be Robin upon high, singing to God perpetually. And that's Batman and Robin. And that's why, through those movies. And that's why that symbology. And so it's a movement. Q is a movement. So if I could share one thing, and if there's one thing that we need to remember through this entire 2021, is that we are Q. We are Q. We are Q. And that's Jesus real to those who don't get it and say it. So what Justin said at the very beginning of the show today, and Justin said that we shouldn't say I told you so or whatever. Nope. They've fallen down far, and now we have to reach selflessly, reach our hands and arms down and raise them up. It's okay. I get it. It's okay. And then that Q takes their lower form, the O, the Ouroboros, and it unites it into the eternal scalar wave of magnetism, the eternal 8. Middle way is the mother, and there's 18. 1 plus 8 equals 9. This is the universe. The universe which is one song. This is the shape of the universe. It's you. This is the shape of you, and this is the shape. The literal shape of our universe is this 18. 1 plus 8 is the divine 9. Wow. So, what an incredible chapter, and both of you just aided it so much by picking out those two very, very key passages. Thank you. Thank you both so much.
Thank you, Charlie. I appreciate that. All right, Marie, do you want to read chapter 27?
Okay. So when the morning was come, all the chief priests and the elders of the people took counsel against Jesus to put him to death. And when they had bound him, they led him away and delivered him to Pontius Pilate the governor. Then Judas, which had betrayed him, when he saw that he was condemned, repented himself and bought again the 30 pieces of silver to the chief priests and elders, saying, I have sinned in that I have betrayed the innocent blood. And they said, What is that to us? See thou to that. And he cast down the pieces of silver in the temple and departed, and went and hanged himself. And the chief priest took the silver pieces and said, It is not lawful for to put them into the treasury, because it is the price of blood. And they took counsel and bought with them the potter's field to bury strangers in. Wherefore that field was called the field of blood unto this day. Then was fulfilled that which was spoken by Jeremy the prophet, saying, And they took the 30 pieces of silver, the price of him that was valued, whom they of the children of Israel did value, and gave them for the potter's field, as the Lord appointed me. And Jesus stood before the governor, and the governor asked him, saying, Art thou the King of Jews? And Jesus said unto him, Thou sayest. And when he was accused of the chief priests and the elders, he answered nothing. Then said Pilate unto him, Hearest thou not how many things they witness against thee? And he answered him to never a word, insomuch that the governor marveled greatly. Now at that feast the governor was wont to release unto the people a prisoner, whom they would. And they had then a notable prisoner called Barabbas. Therefore, when they were gathered together, Pilate said unto them, Who will ye that I release unto you, Barabbas or Jesus, which is called Christ? For he knew that for envy they had delivered him. When he was set down on the judgment seat, his wife said unto him, saying, Have thou nothing to do with that just man, for I have suffered many things this day in a dream because of him. But the chief priests and the elders persuaded the multitude that they should ask Barabbas and destroy Jesus. The governor answered and said unto them, Whether of the twain will ye that I release unto you? They said, Barabbas. Pilate saith unto them, What shall I do then with Jesus, which is called Christ? They all say unto him, Let him be crucified. And the governor said, Why, what evil hath he done? But they cried out more, saying, Let him be crucified. When Pilate saw that he could prevail nothing, but that rather a tumult was made, he took water and washed his hands before the multitude, saying, I am innocent of the blood of this just person. See to it. Then answered all the people and said, His blood be on us and on our children. Then released he Barabbas unto them, and when he had scourged Jesus, he delivered him to be crucified. Then the soldiers of the governor took Jesus into the common hall and gathered unto him the whole band of soldiers. And they stripped him and put on him a scarlet robe. And when they had planted a crown of thorns, they put it on his head, and a reed in his right hand, and they bowed the knee before him and mocked him, saying, Hail, King of the Jews. And they spit on him, and they took the reed and smote him on the head. And after that they had mocked him, they took the robe off from him and put his own raiment on, and led him away to crucify him. And as they came out, they found a man of Cyrene, Simon by name. Him they compelled to bear his cross. And when they were come unto the place called Golgotha, that is to say, place of the skull, then they gave him vinegar to drink mingled with gall, and when he had tasted thereof, he would not drink. And they crucified him and parted his garments, casting lots, that it might be fulfilled, which was spoken by the prophet. They parted my garments among them, and upon my vesture did they cast lots. And sitting down, they watched him there, and set up upon his head this accusation written, This is Jesus, the King of the Jews. Then were there two thieves crucified with him, one on the right hand and another on the left. And they that passed by reviled him, wagging their heads and saying, Thou that destroyest the temple and buildest it in 3 days, save thyself. If thou be the Son of God, come down from the cross. Likewise, also the chief priests mocking him with the scribes and the elders, saying, He saved others, himself he cannot save. If he be the King of Israel, let him now come down from the cross, and we will believe him. He trusted in God, let him deliver him now, if he will have him, for he said, I am the Son of God. The thieves also which were crucified with him cast the same in his teeth. Now from the 6th hour there was darkness all over the land until the 9th hour. And about the 9th hour Jesus cried with a loud voice, saying, Eli, Eli, lema sabachthani. That is to say, my God, why hast thou forsaken me? Some of them that stood there, when they heard that, said, This man calleth for Elias. And straightway one of them ran to a sponge and filled it with vinegar and put it on a reed and gave him to drink. The rest said, Let be, let us see whether Elias will come to save him. Jesus, when he had cried again with a loud voice, yielded up the ghost, and behold, the veil of the temple was rent in twain from top to bottom, and the earth did quake, and the rocks rent, and the graves were opened, and many bodies of the saints which slept arose, and came out of the graves after his resurrection, and went into the holy city, and appeared unto many. And when the centurion, when they were with him, watching Jesus, saw the earthquake and those things that were done, they feared greatly, saying, Truly, this was the Son of God. And many women were there, beholding afar off, which followed Jesus from Galilee, ministering unto him. Among them was Mary Magdalene, and Mary, the mother of Jesus, and Joseph, and the mother of Zebedee's children. When the even was come, there came a rich man of Arimathea named Joseph, who also himself was Jesus' disciple. He went to Pilate and begged the body of Jesus. Then Pilate commanded the body to be delivered. And when Joseph had taken the body, he wrapped it in a clean linen cloth and laid it in his own new tomb, which he had hewn out of the rock. And he rolled a great stone to the door of the sepulchre and departed. And there was Mary Magdalene and the other Mary sitting over against the sepulchre. Now the next day that followed, the day of the preparation, the chief priests and the Pharisees came together unto Pilate, saying, Sir, we remember that the deceiver said while he was yet alive, After 3 days I will rise again. Command therefore that the sepulchre be made sure until the third day, lest his disciples come by at night and steal him away, and say unto the people, He is risen from the dead. So the last error shall be worse than the first. Pilate said unto them, Ye have a watch, go your way, make it as sure as ye can. So they went and made the sepulchre sure, sealing the stone and setting a watch.
Not easy to read. You did an incredible job, and you maintained your composure. I thank you. You did a beautiful job, Marie. It's not easy.
I didn't expect to be so moved. I was just like, we read it so many times, heard it so many times, but anyway, thank you for that opportunity. It's really powerful for me too. Where do we start?
Justin, do you want to start?
Wow, I mean, it's just another, again, I'm just so humbled by Jesus's dedication to this, when he's accused and he's given opportunity to deny what he's there to do and to defend himself and all of these things. He knows what he's there to do. He knows what has to be done, and he's unwavering. He's absolutely unwavering in it. And what a powerful example, to be faced with such devastation and to stay so unwavering, so steadfast in your faith, so steadfast in your knowing that you are ultimately protected and that you're ultimately being led to a higher place, a place of abundance, even if in those moments it might seem like everything is out to get you. Even when faced with sure and certain death, he stands boldly and fiercely within that. What a powerful example. Yeah, I mean, there's so much, and it's such it's such a moving representation, and it's such a, like, as you said, Charlie, like it's traumatizing when we're not given the full scope of what we can do with this information. If we're just left with it to say, oh, here's this man who died for me, and he's just going to keep getting nailed to the cross, and so I can be a sinner and be saved from it. I just get to let this man die over and over and over again. Whereas the alternative and the truth is that there's a solution, and we get to rescue Jesus off the cross, and we get to save him. Or he's showing us the path. He's showing us the way in order to. He sacrificed himself in order for us to learn this and to have this powerful message be driven home. so that we would never forget it. We would never forget it, and it's never lost. And yet here we are. It has largely been forgotten. It has largely been distorted and taken away, but that's what we're here to do. That's what we're here to do, is to bring the truth back. That's why this show is, called Reclaiming Our One True Story, because this is our true story. This is our one true story, and we do have to reclaim it and take it back and truly take ownership of what we have to do and recognize the sacrifices that have been made to provide us with this story and to make sure that it is solidified and written so powerfully and innately. So yeah, that's kind of my initial thoughts on this one.
Thank you for that as well. It's not easy. But what I'm trying to share with everyone, I wanted to share a quick story, and that was when Mel Gibson did the Passion of the Christ, and when I came out of the movie theater, virtually everybody was just reduced to tears. It was like a pool of tears in the parking lot, and I really felt in that moment. I remember it very clearly, wishing that I could help. Didn't know enough. I didn't know what to say or what to do, but I wish that I could help. I feel like now that I can help, and that the Christ is within us, is alive within us, and so this journey is ever and anon. And we can write this story, we can write this ship, write this vessel by doing the work to ensure that this doesn't happen. And when you stay on the path that is straight and narrow, you shall not deny Jesus 3 times as sure as the cock will crow. You will not, because the cock crowing is the left brain, is the ego of the left brain. As sure as the cock will crow, after 3 times that you deny me, 3 strikes and you're out. What that means is 3 strikes and you're out, is you're out of the infield, you're out of the temple. And it's basically how it works. And then isn't it amazing that once we sin of these 3 strikes and we're cast out of the temple, it takes a 72-hour fast to put us back into the temple. And the thing that's incredible is that no matter how badly we destroy the temple in our absence, it just takes 3 days. It just takes the miracle of those 3 days, those 72 hours. The inverse of 72 is 27, which is the divine 3 nines, mother, father, child. The divine 3 nines is 27, 2 and 7 is 9. And the 72 hours is this miracle intervention by God that heals all, but you have to be pure through those 72 hours. And so this is why a lot of people will do the 72-hour fast during this time. And then there are people that argue about this, like it has to be a dry fast or whatever. Of course it doesn't. And it's just a water fast. Well, that's what fruit juice is. It's God's flavored water. So it's perfectly alkaline distilled water. It's just in a fruit. So it just gives you some flavor to it as well. So just juicing. And so what this does by becoming the frugivore, which is why we are constructed this way, it means that the 3 days of your chrism oil no longer matter, because you are dispensing with matter and you're becoming light. And that's the whole point. We have to get rid of all the heaviness within ourselves, which is the matter, where everything matters to us, and we have to become as light as air. And light as air is juicing, is this distilled flavored water of God. And then when you take only of that, then the 3 days within the sepulcher are possible all the time, every single 3 days. It's always possible. The miracle is always possible. It's just highest upon your 3 days, because that ties your astrological birth, borning day, into all of this, where everything is perfect alignment for you. So on your sun sign day, within the mother is the moon, so that's the moons or months, and then the sun within the mother then becomes, you see, it becomes the W, it's the womb, right? The father inside the mother, creating the W, and then the W, and by the way, that's why with a W has 3 points, right? And that's because it's father, mother, child, and that's the sacred significance of the womb. So 1, 2, 3, and that's why you always see this pyramid everywhere. And at the top of the pyramid is a capstone, which is this as well, which is the risen crown of the womb, which is the uniting of the father and the mother. So in this passage, we come across these words. What do they mean? What do they mean? So, and then on the 6th hour, there was no sun rising, because these demons had killed the Son of Man. So we have this delay until such time that a new system can be born again. And that's where Jesus is now becoming the light of every day within us, which is the black sun within us, which is the third ventricle of your brain, the optic thalamus, which is not illuminated within us. And so this is what the significance of the 6th hour. Okay, so the 6th hour should be the divine rising. Now, where does the word morning, and I'm talking about like morning, noon, and night. Morning, noon, and night. Where does the word morning come from? It only comes from morning. And the morning, when you research this, what morning comes from is grief and regret. But over what? Last night. The morning is grief and regret because you did not meditate in the night with the Father. You did not go in front of the fireplace of the Father and gaze up into the stars, the photonic light of the stars in the sky in the night. You did not enter into thy temple and illuminate the light within you. You did not, you wasted the gift of what night is. And that's why, in the Bible, they use it quite effectively. In the Bible, they call nighttime even, because that's what the night is. It evens things out, doesn't it? Because it's all light during the daytime, which is incredible, and it's how all life comes into existence. But you see, if it was only just light, the earth would be overrun by plants and trees, and they would basically take up all the oxygen, and there would be too much carbon dioxide, and then we would eventually suffocate because there would be too much. We've gone too far in one direction. So you have to have the moon and the mother, because if the sun is the borning of all creation, then the moon is the removal of all creation. So while the sun is light, the moon exists in the darkness, and it is a negative light, and just because it's magnetic, but it is a putrefying force within the earth, which is what allows that needs to die to be able to die, and it creates the balance. So the nighttime is the even, because it balances the daytime. If it was only daytime, we'd have no appreciation for it. We wouldn't even have a name for it, because that's all there is. There'd be nothing else. So we wouldn't learn to appreciate it. We wouldn't fully understand or gravitate to it, because we wouldn't fully understand it, because that would be. So the separation of the light of the Father in the darkness is so important, because this creates evenness, which is balance, which is harmony. And so mourning is the grief and the regret of not doing night properly. And in the night, that's, all those songs by so many artists, Bruce Springsteen being one of them. It's a difficult name to go over because of his affiliation with Hillary Clinton, which means that there's no other way around it, is he's fallen. But all those songs that Bruce wrote in the beginning, all about the night and it's all meditation. Darkness on the Edge of Town, Something in the Night. All of these songs, all of them were about not going out in your car out there in the night. It's getting into your car in here in the night. And it's this meditation that takes you anywhere and everywhere to the darkness on the edge of town. And this is what we have to be doing at nighttime. And when we don't do it, when we wake up in the morning, we're waking up with grief and regret because we haven't done what we're supposed to do. Sit around the fireplace, looking up in the stars, connecting with our family, teaching these ancient truths, being in stillness, being in silence. They're so important. And by the way, when you go further back in the etymology of mourning, M-O-U-R-N, to mourn or mourning, it goes all the way back to inhumane. So mourning is inhumane, which means that it's not what we're supposed to be. We're not supposed to be mourning. We're supposed to be, what's the opposite? What do we say within our family instead of mourning? We say rising. We have to be in the rising, right? And so we're going to be doing a show soon on Jim Morrison and the Doors, a tribute to Jim Morrison and the Doors. And Mr. Mojo Rising, Mr. Mojo Rising, got to keep on rising, 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 keep on. Mr. Mojo Rising is Christ consciousness within you, magnetically through the mother, is rising, rising up, right? And that's why in the song it gets to a halting point, a stopping point, stillness, because he's down in the tomb, and then slowly in the tomb, he's pulling on those iron rungs, and he's pulling himself out of hell, and it's Mr. Mojo Rising, got to keep on rising, 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 because you have to break on through to the other side. You have to break on through to the other side, and you have to go on that moonlight drive. You have to go on the moonlight. Let's all go on the moonlight ride, baby. That's what he's saying about. Every single song is what he's saying about, saying about God and whatnot. And yeah, so. Potter. So in that was used the potter, and but woe unto thee who would sell me to the Pharisees and the elders of the church. Woe unto he that would sell me for 30 pieces of silver. And Judas goes back into the temple and throws their money. I don't want your money. I don't want your money. And throws it on the ground and goes out and hangs himself. And that is atonement. Don't feel bad for Judas. Judas just set things aright. And that's what we need to do in our life, is set things aright. And if that's at the hangman's noose, then that's at the hangman's noose. Crucifixion comes in many, many ways and shapes and forms. But remember, like Jesus says so many, better to be hammering away. Jesus says many times, better to be from Sodom and Gomorrah and having sought atonement for being from Sodom and Gomorrah than being in one of these current cities that pretend to be righteous but aren't. So
I know you're in the middle of a thought, but let me just
yeah. Okay, go.
just that wouldn't they know who Jesus was? Like I felt like this was a setup to get Judas, and that's really kind of speaking to, if that's true, that's this evil energy is going to take anybody they can get. So they're going to play on the weakness. So they played on the weakness of Judas, even though they knew who Christ was. They probably didn't need him to do that, but they reveled in the fact that he suffered from that decision that he made. Are they done, Drummond?
Yeah, that's right. I mean, it's all part of this process. Everything need to happen. It's like the two thieves. I'm going to get into this and explain what this means. The thieves are those that deny themselves, and you cannot resurrect to heaven without atonement for denying. And so okay, yeah. So what I wanted to just focus upon was, like this potter's field.
We're okay. We can hear it too.
Okay,
Yeah, it's not that bad.
Okay, so with the potter's field, and this is Harry Potter. This is where Potter comes from, and then Harry means something. Harry Potter is Jesus Christ. It's any of us who goes on this journey. But when you look at the ultimate root of the potter is he who plants the seed deepest and purest, so that it eternally rises again and rises again. So a potter is he who ensures that the re-rising of the vine will always occur indefinitely, which is what we want to do. And then Harry plays into that as well. So Harry Potter is this resurrection, the man of the resurrection, so the potter's field is very important because the elders of this Hebrew temple didn't want the blood money on their hands.
Sure.
So we've caused all of this. We're the doers of all of this, but no bad will come to us. So we won't take this money. We'll cast it as seeds into the potter's field, who plants deeply and well, so that the vine will always rise again. So the significance of this is that, and I want you to get this. No matter how evil these people are, they can't help but cut off their own arm. Everything they do is in spite of themselves. They always are spiting themselves because God's creation is righteous. So in this egoic response of casting the 30 pieces of silver, which is the mother, into the potter's field, which is the blood field, then the blood seeps deeply down like the roots of the pine, and then it becomes evergreen and it rises again eternally. And so that had to happen because it's symbolizing what is about to happen. It's foreshadowing what is about to happen. So what I want you to recognize is that this is eucatastrophe. So every time these demons try to create catastrophe, God's story and God's creation is so beautiful that the eucatastrophe happens every time in the potter's field. The blood of the potter's field will ensure that the evergreen tree, the divine vine, will always rise again. The morning glory, we have it all around our house here in the wintertime, in the temple of the tomb. And in the wintertime, every morning, every single flower turns exactly to the east and awaits the sunrise. And then at night, they're all closed off. And in the morning with the first light, I get up early and I watch it day after day after day. And they do this. They do this. They open with the rising of the sun. And this is the potter's field. And this is why they will never win. They will never win. And no matter how bad we would have made things, if the Q team didn't come along, inevitably we would have won at some point. It's a question of when. It's always just a question of when we make these choices. So, and then another great point, Justin was reading and it talked about asking. And then, so remember, in his worst moments, and what is Jesus doing? He refuses to answer their questions. He's constantly denying them, enabling himself, and he is the one as king. Therefore, he is as king. Never, ever, 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 unless you want to, unless you're highest high to be able to do so, but to a figure of authority, someone who is attempting to place their authority over you, that could be anyone, never, never answer their questions, because when you do, you understand them. You stand under them. When you deny them, you're in understanding. And when you master the reason why, then you're in overstanding. And that's where we all need to get to. So you never stand under these demons, ever. Ask them a question. How you doing today? No, I asked you, what's your name? You're looking good. Is there anything I can do to help you? Are you having a great day? Just ask the questions. Never answer. You are, and the reason is, again, because the tennis court, so baseball and tennis, so the tennis court is here, the sphenoid bone, and you're playing tennis every day on flat earth. and that's it. And it's left brain, right brain, left brain, right brain. And left brain is trying to hammer that ball, and you just volley it back. You just lob it back up there, back over to the other side, and then it's trying to hammer it. You just lob it back over there and stuff. And that's what tennis is. Left brain, right brain, left brain, right brain. And when you hold serve in the home court, when you hold serve, it's your court. And when it's your court, home court advantage means you hold serve, which means that you're going to do something where you know exactly where it's going to go to. They don't. They're guessing. You know they're guessing. You hold advantage. That's overstanding. That's overstanding. Every time you answer questions and respond to the demand of somebody who seeks authority, you understand and they rule over you. You just gave them home court advantage. And the thing is, it's your court, and you just gave them home court advantage because they got a gun, because they wear a uniform, goodness knows why, because they got stripes on their shoulders or something. No, not ever. So Jesus, in the worst time of his existence in the physical, refused to understand. He remained as king. Okay? And then Cyrene, again, where do these names come from and what does it mean? Remember, C and Y. C and Y. These words are divine that start with C and Y. C and Y because that's the cup of Christ empty, seeking fulfillment. Y is why we do anything. Why do you think the question why is the most important question of them all? Why? Why? Well, they spell it W-H-Y. Because it's a story. That's why. Because W, the womb, the breath of God. And then, so from the womb, with the breath of God, you become the full cup of Christ. Which is, yeah, we got this. We did this. Yeah. And that's why it's W, womb, H, breath of God, Y. But that's why is this most important question of all. Why? Why do anything? Why are we here? This is why. C, why? C, why? To go from the cup that is empty of God, looking to the east, seeking the rising sun, and has to go on this journey, D-E-F, G-H-I-J-K, L-M-N-O-P-Q-R-S-T-U-V-W-X-Y. And when we get there, then we get the Zoroaster. Then we get the Mark of Zorro, Z, which is Father, Child, Mother. Father, child, mother. And there it is. The story's over. There's nothing left to tell. That's the happy ending. And remember what I said, why all of these ancient tales always end with, and they lived happily ever after? Because the alphabet ends with the letter Z. Of course, every story ends with they end happily ever after. And it doesn't matter how you tell it or how you write it, every story will naturally on its own end with a happy ending. Why? Because you're using God's 26 letters. Why then did they create a dictionary? And who's God upside down? Baal. And we live on a spinning hill of just took everything away. They took the firm stillness and silence away. They took that away. That's what they're. And Jesus is saying to Elias, was
We're kind of losing your voice, Charlie. It's hard to understand. It's hard to understand. I just turned your video off. Yeah, that'll help.
And what is the root, etymological root of Elias? Elias is Elijah, and the etymological root of Elijah is Lord is God. So when Jesus cried out, Elias, Elias, Jesus is crying out. So people are mistaking this, that Jesus is weak in this moment, and that Jesus is calling for John the Baptist, or the
Yeah,
but Elijah
it's really breaking up bad.
That's okay. You
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what else to add to all that.
I
Yeah,
can pop in.
Yeah, go for it, Marie.
I when Charlie comes back, I trust that we can finish the Elijah bit, because I love that. Looking at it through the perspective of, because I was taught the opposite way, it was a sign of weakness, and so to hear it from, like, he's actually acknowledging who is God, even in this moment, is really inspiring. And I hope when Charlie comes back, we can talk about the significance of the Marys being there. I know that's there's some more there that we can decode. And then there was one more thing.
Yeah, I mean, with the Marys, and even they've got another Joseph. Like, why do you think they keep reusing the names Mary and Joseph?
Yeah.
Because this is just a nod at our alchemical process, the physiological, the milk of Mary and the honey of Joseph, and the process that goes within. And so they're just reiterating, like, oh, is it just coincidence that Mary Magdalene and his mother have the same name, and his father was Joseph, but then they've got this other guy named Joseph that comes into. No, they're driving a point home that this is what we're supposed to be looked at. This is what we're supposed to take in.
And there's
Justin, what really quickly, guys, what does it say? It says Mary and Mary were sitting over the sepulcher. Sitting over the sepulcher. This is the mother rising. This is the magnetism rising. Why was Mary Why were the Marys there? This is the duality of the mother. And so this is, they were the ones, all these apostles were nowhere to be found. And, Judas at this point. So the Marys were there. Joseph Arimathea, Joseph body, and it puts the body into a newly carved cave that he had done himself. So this is Joseph of Arimathea is taking the spirit of Christ within him, within the temple, and keeping it sacred and keeping this tradition alive. And allowing it to rise. But the only way that Jesus is able to rise is because the two Marys are sitting over the sepulcher. Yep. Yep. And when they opened the sepulcher, there were no bones. There were no bones, or there was no symbology to the hands of man. There was just the purity of the Lamb rising to become a lion at the right hand side of the Father. And again, what do we see in the pages of the book of Matthew? Jesus is a lion. He is a lion king. And you best not deny his pure and righteous spirit. So that's the significance of the two Marys. And you're right, it's very important. If you could see the whiteboard, when you were saying that, it was interesting because I was in the process of drawing Mary and Mary above the tomb. And that is, hey, and so, yeah, yeah.
A lot of miracles. Should we try
Yeah.
more chapters?
And this is Jim Morrison. This is Jim Morrison. Let's go for a moonlight drive. That's what a moonlight drive is. You get Mary and up you go.
Yeah. Yeah, so it has been a long show, but should we press on and finish off?
I think we should. I really do. And we'll just
Yeah.
try to be as efficient as we can with it, but it's important.
All right.
Whoever.
Let's read it. So in the end of the Sabbath, as it began to dawn toward the first day of the week, came Mary Magdalene and the other Mary to see the sepulchre. And behold, there was a great earthquake, for the angel of the Lord descended from heaven and came and rolled back the stone from the door and sat upon it. His countenance was like lightning, and his raiment white as snow. And for fear of him the keepers did shake and became as dead men. And the angel answered and said unto the women, Fear not ye, for I know that ye seek Jesus, which was crucified. He is not here, for he is risen, as he said. Come, see the place where the Lord lay. And go quickly, tell his disciples that he is risen from the dead. And behold, he goeth before you into Galilee. There shall ye see him. Lo, I have told you. And they departed quickly from the sepulchre with fear and great joy, and did run to bring his disciples word. And as they went to tell his disciples, behold, Jesus met him, saying, All hail! And they came and held him by the feet, and worshipped him. And then said Jesus unto them, Be not afraid. Go tell my brethren that they go into Galilee, and there shall they see me. Now when they were going, behold, some of the watch came into the city, and showed him unto the chief priest, and all the things that were done. And when they were assembled with the elders, and had taken counsel, they gave large money unto the soldiers, saying, Say ye, his disciples came by night, and stole him away while we slept. And this come to the governor's ears, we will persuade him and secure you. So they took the money and did as they were taught. And this saying is commonly reported among the Jews until this day. Then the 11 disciples went away into Galilee, and into a mountain where Jesus had appointed them. And when they saw him, they worshipped him, but some doubted. And Jesus came and spake unto them, saying, All power is given unto me in heaven and in earth. Go ye therefore and teach all nations, baptizing them in the name of the Father, and the Son, and of the Holy Ghost, teaching them to observe all things whatsoever I have commanded you. And lo, I am with you always, even unto the end of the world. Amen. What a great
Whoa.
finale. And it's so clearly there, like, I am with you always, even unto the end of the world. And that's just alluding to like our inner Christ, like Christ is within. And it's up to us to do this, to have him rise and to resurrect him.
And Justin, all the ancients knew the difference between the world and the earth. So notice what's being used as the world. The world is the construct of the hands of man. Until the ending of the world doesn't mean that God is going to, deluge us again, or destroy everything. Wait for the great destruction, and then no. What there is talking about is the end of the world and the beginning of earth, which is the Garden of Eden. The Garden of Eden is heaven upon earth. So when the world ends, the Garden of Eden will begin again. This time in the duality, where the lion will lie down with the lamb. In friendship, in unity, no fear. I'm not going to eat you. No, we'll all just forage off of the fruit that freely drops from the branches in the tree. There's no murder. There's no fear. The lion lays down with the lamb. That's what this means. There's no ending of the world coming. Dummies, wake up. They're lying to you. They've lied to you about everything. The ending of the world is the end of the left brain. It's the slaying of the dragon. It is the taking back Erebor. It's taking back the lonely mountain and making it filled with God again. And notice how when this passage starts, in the end of the Sabbath, which is this day of rest, which is the day given wholly to God, and it began to dawn towards the first day of the week. This is the true rising of the week. Week is strong because it's of the mother. Remember, time, we talked about this before. No such thing as linear time. Throw it away. God gave you a midday and an ending day and a day. So the sun is about the day and about a year. So you can tell the year by the sun. You can tell the day by the sun. You can tell the transition of the day by the sun. But weeks and moons are of the mother, which are strong. Weeks are strong because they're of the mother, and that's the moon, Mother Mary magnetism. So that's why Mary came, because it references week. First day of the week came Mary Magdalene. Oh, I said week, and there's Mary, because it's of the moon. Mary Magdalene of the moon. And the other Mary to see the sepulchre. And behold, there was a great earthquake, for the angel of the Lord descended from heaven, and it rolled back the stone from the door and sat upon it. And his countenance was like lightning, and his raiment was white as snow. So I think I teach this so well about the rolling back of the fornix within you. And this is achieved when the pineal gland is illuminated, and then there is an electrical spark, an electrical fire that is sent along a nerve ganglion called the stria pinealis. And stria pinealis is straight line from pineal. And this electrical impulse, like lightning, is the electrical impulse from the pineal to the fornix via the stria pinealis. And what does the fornix do? It rolls back, and it reveals the chamber of the bridegroom, the last part of this this place of the Holy Trinity, of the Father, the Mother, and the child. So this is why these things are being said. Now the next thing that is said, and his raiment was white as snow. This is why they love to make fun of us with the snow globes. The snow globe is your mind. And by the way, where does Jesus go to when he's risen again? The first place he goes to and shows himself was Galilee. Why? What's Galilee? Why would he go to Galilee? Because Galilee is, remember, the Holy Land is you. It's physiology. Galilee, the place of the skull, Golgotha, Calvary, place of the skull is your head. It's your mind. It's the higher mind. Jesus has ascended. Crucifixion is out of the physical body and into the mind. How do you know that this is so? Because the first place when he's risen, Jesus goes to Galilee. Galilee is the mind. He's risen to the mind. Hail, 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 Lord our God. Jesus has risen to the mind. Galilee. I will see thee in Galilee. And he's left the Jordan River. He's left the Dead Sea. He's left that which is the sacrum below, and he's now with God in heaven upon earth, which is Galilee, which is the higher circuit, the higher mind. That's why that's being said. And so the snow globe, look at a snow globe, sphenoid bone at the bottom. They're always round at the bottom, right? It's sometimes they make them oval, but typically they're all round and they're completely flat. And then there's a dome. And then from the dome is everlasting, ever falling snow. And snow is purity from God. And it snows the moment that you choose the sheep over the devouring wolf. The moment that you take thought from God out of the right hemisphere of your brain, you have crucified yourself. You have risen to Galilee, have received the gift of raiment white as snow. So the snow are telling you the true story of Jesus Christ, the true story of divinity, and that the earth is still, is stationary at the center of all things within a firmament, and that God bestows you everlasting white raiment when you are one with him. It's raining as snow because Jesus has slayed the dragon and he is with the Father in heaven upon earth. And that's why the Marys had to be there, because that's magnetism rising. It's the only way. And then that lightning, the earthquake, the stone rolling back, and as if lightning, this is the pineal gland illuminating, the electrical fire being sent along the stria pinealis, and the fornix rolling back. And this is, so it's all human physiology. This is all happening inside of your head as well as literally as well. It's just brilliant. Fear not. Yeah, and go quickly, tell his sister risen from the dead, behold, he goeth before you into Galilee. Of course, that's into heaven upon earth with God in the higher mind. Be not afraid, and yes, and then of course, so when the miracle occurs, why do they put this in here? Sort of 11 through 15, and that this story is taught even to this day, but nobody understands it. But again, that the plotters be damned, because they'll never stop plotting. And there's no better passage to show you that when we do this, when we take down the cabal, and when we release Nasara, and when we make things free once again, and when we realize that we're all brothers and sisters and we live in peace with one another, remember that the Pharisees and the lawyers and the scribes of the church will still be there plotting against us, waiting for a time when we make a mistake so that they can come back again. That's what it is. They're trying to make a cover story for the miracle. So there is a miracle, and now they're trying to explain some literal story to explain away the miracle. So we killed you because you're a blasphemy, because what you said is the lie before God. And then when you prove to us that clearly you were telling the truth, we will deny you and make up a lie to deny you. Isn't that the world we live in? Isn't that the world we live in to a T? That they killed our Savior and then they make up lies every day to deny us from our Savior? I think that's it to a T. I think that's it to a perfect T, which is the cross. It's beautiful, is it not? Is it beautiful? And why does it end with Amen? And I guarantee you it ended with Amen Ra, and they took the Ra out. Ra is the Father, is the ray of the Father. Amen. Amen is God man, the Son of God. Amen Ra, the Son of God. The last words of the Bible are the marking of the Son of God. What does Jesus say? And came back again. Therefore, mine Ra, mine's Amen. They see the dragon in the tail. Amen. And Amen are one with God. And it's a tiny list. And that is the track. But it's not permanent. You just have to go into the firmament. When the firmament is no longer permanent, and with again. And that's the beauty of all the sinning that we do and all the horrible things we do to our body. 72 hours of pure righteousness, 72 hours, and you will heal all of the ill that you have done. And then you just have to continue it. But that's what the 72-hour fast is all about. And remember, it's fasting of the mind first. Take no thought for your life. Jesus Christ, number one message above all else. Take no thought for your life. And when Jesus was on the cross, because I think I was cutting out there, remember, Elias is Elijah. And Elijah is the Lord is God. The Lord is God. That's what he said. That's what Jesus cried out. And the church teaches you that Jesus was in his weakest moment.
Doesn't want us to know about Elijah today. Wow.
I shall not want for a thing. The Lord is God. The Lord is God. Elias is Elijah, the Lord is God. That's power. And the church teaches it as weakness. Makes sense, hey? And then finally, let me give you this full understanding of the two thieves. The two thieves represent the non-use of the pineal and the pituitary gland. And when we live without Santa Claus activating us with our sacred secretions via the pineal, the pituitary glands, we are thieves in the night. Because in the night is where Santa comes alive and fills you. But you can't, because you filled yourself up with toxins all day. So Santa has been reduced to nothing more than a first responder at 9/11 at the Twin Towers on September 11th, 2001 in New York City. And that's all Santa does, is he leads all the other elves, and they're clearing the rubble, and they're freeing trapped victims underneath all of the rubble, and they're putting out fires, which is your stomach, right? Your stomach is just a factory of fire. The fire is supposed to be in your head, not in your stomach. And so when Santa is free, when you are a frugivore and you take not of that which is evil, and you do not partake in sin but only righteousness, then Santa is free at night to do what Tom Bombadil does. And Tom Bombadil every day goes around in a circuit around the old forest, and he tends to all of the trees and the flowers and the plants and the animals, Tom tends, because Tom is Santa Claus. Tom is the endocrine system. Tom is the release of the sacred secretions. And so what does Gandalf say in Rivendell? Say not that Tom Bombadil has a power over Sauron's ring. Rather, Sauron's ring has no power over Tom Bombadil, for Tom is his own master. There you go. There you go. As king. As king. Frodo could not get a word in edgewise with Tom because Tom is as king. So Tom is Jesus Christ as well. He's the chrism oil within us. It's beautiful. It's miraculous. This book is amazing. The story is both literal and allegorical. It is a gift beyond gifts, and we've been trained to just sit there and listen to a bunch of liars cheat you out of your due, which is the land flowing with milk and honey. And when we teach this truth to our children, what would they look like by the time they get to 11? By the way, why did Judas have to die and hang himself before the resurrection? Because Jesus could only have 11 disciples, because he's entering into the temple of Galilee, of the mind. That's why there's only 11 disciples at the end, because the light of Jesus is now even. L, even, is 11. 11, spell it out. L, even. The light is now balanced between the Father and the Mother, because the two Marys rose Jesus up to the Father in heaven upon earth. And that's 11. That's why Judas had to die, to have 11, which is the kingdom of heaven.
Wow. Nothing more to say. A powerful finish.
100%.
Such a powerful book.
It is. It's a gift. It's a gift. It's an absolute treasure. That's a real treasure.
I'm really grateful to be having this space that we've been showing up here and doing these Bible studies, because it's taking ownership back, taking our energy back of this story and seeing it now and reading it and learning it from this whole like grand perspective is so healing. It really is. Like I sit here and I feel like I'm just being like recalibrated. So I just want to thank you both for the space and this time. And
recalibrated. That's brilliant. Recalibrated. Again, R-E word is brilliant, Marie.
I'm feeling, I mean, it's happening. I'm just like sitting and witnessing this present moment. And it's just really, you know, all of the times that so many of us when we were younger, if you have a church history, just, you know, we're made wrong, but we knew, you know, we knew. And it's that ownership that I'm speaking to, like, wait a second, I know this, and I don't need you Pharisees and scribes to tell me what this is about, because it's obvious you missed it when you were even there. So why, you know, how did we get so roped into this? And again, it's just taking vigilance back of our minds, like holding vigil. Like, why was he so annoyed that, not annoyed, but why was he saying, you know, Peter couldn't even stay up for an hour? We couldn't keep vigil. We couldn't keep our focus on our own worthiness, and this story being our story, and taking it back feels very much like this change that we're all going through, this changing our reality and creating, you know, it's not even creating the Garden of Eden. The Garden of Eden exists. We're just getting back into the garden, right? What's that song? We've got to get ourselves back to the garden. And
Joni Mitchell, Woodstock.
Joni Mitchell, Woodstock, which is Ruby's favorite song. She gets in the car yesterday. Mommy, can you play me Woodstock? Then she asked me, Charlie, about how did everything get to be so bad? How did it happen that the food is that we were eating and that my friends are eating was bad? How did it get there? And I said, because we left the garden. We left the garden. So I cannot wait for you to be.
How did we, now, that's right. Now, yeah, and Marie, how did we leave the garden? What happened? What is the event That just tells you everything, and this is why. What's that?
We took thought. Go ahead. What would
Yeah,
it be
yeah.
to be
Well,
without
we
God?
we listen.
That's
Well, yeah, we listened to a talking snake, and that's a forked tongue. What did Ghost of Ezra release yesterday with NASA? He released NASA, the whole image of NASA outside of the crop lines of the NASA logo. And what you see is that the vector within the NASA is connected to the tongue of a serpent. And so it's the talking snake
pulling it up.
of the Garden of Eden. They're the liars. So
I saw
so
that
when-
yesterday and I didn't get it. So I'm glad that you're doing that right now.
yeah. So what's being said is that, like, how did all of this happen? How did we allow the food? We listened to liars, and there you go. There you go. That's NASA. All you have to do is just take a look at the image outside that they don't normally show you, and there it is. And that's the talking serpent in the garden that tempted Eve. And that's why there's two Marys. There are two Marys because Eve listened to the liar, tasted of the apple, and they fell. Okay? And now we got to get back together. To get her, we have to be to get her. To get her, you have to be together. It's the only way. So you take your partner in sacredity. You do not cheat on your partner. You do not, you exalt your partner in every moment, and together you will get her. And what does Jesus say? When you gather in my name and two or more, I shall be there. I shall be there. This is a journey that's meant for man and woman. The yin and the yang, the 69. 6 and 9 is 15. 1 plus 5 is 6, the journey of man. And the reverse of 15 is 51, and 51 is very powerful to the Baal god, the Baal worshippers, because they do evil in 317s. It's always 317s. 317 is 51. And bad things come in droves because of them through 51, which is the reverse of the 15. 6 plus 9 is 15. So that's why Jesus says, when two or more come and gather in my name, I will be there. And it's how this all works. The mother will be there, the father will be there, Jesus will be there. So we're not, we have a companion in this journey. You're not alone. You're never alone. The gift of God. So, so what you were saying, and what I just wanted to say, you were talking about recalibrate. Everyone, what is the etymological root of the word calibrate? It's to determine one's self-value, self-worth. So recalibration, Marie says, yeah, I just feel this. I feel this going through this recalibration. Exactly. And so by learning the truth, by going on this Bible study journey that we've taken you on through the book of Matthew, you now realize in plain sight that you're worthy, that you're the highest of highs, you're the holiest of holies, you're the miracle of God's creation, you're the apple of his eye. You truly are. Because the 18 is an apple, and the Taurus field is an apple, and we're the apple of God's eye. That's why we're an apple, and our auric field, our true golden essence, our auric field is an apple, is the 18, and we're the apple of God, the apple of God's eye. And so calibrate is to re-examine your self-worth. Guess what? They made you feel like shit. You've lived like shit. You've eaten shit. You speak shit. You take all of these words in vain. You take the Lord's name in vain because you're full of shit. And now you're recalibrating yourself because your self-worth is high, high, high. I'm going to get high, high, high. I'm going to get high, high, high. That's what it's all about. Get high and you're full of light because you're lighter than air. And again, for everyone with the flat earth stuff, okay, so why, if you throw a rock up into the sky, why does the rock fall back down to the earth? Well, duh, Charlie, gravity. Okay, if you take a rubber balloon and fill it with helium, why does it rise? Can you ask me the rock one again? Yeah, because the gravity doesn't really work for the helium balloon, does it? This is called
Relative density.
density and buoyancy. Density and buoyancy. It's common fucking sense. It's what all of us knew forever until a bunch of hyenas and jackals came along and said, no, 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 it's gravity. And Nikola Tesla said, no, it's not. You're like beggars that clothe yourselves in purple robes, but at the end of the day, you're still bums off the street. Your ideas are nothing more than bums off the street dressed up in regal, royal, purple robes. That's all. It's a shit idea that you've made to look like you're not a winner, you're a loser. Because you're a liar. So, why does a bird fly? You know, some of these birds, like some of the eagles, some of the hawks, and an osprey, they're bigger than children. They're bigger than our children and they can fly. So can we fly? You sure as shit bet we can, but you have to become lighter than air to fly. You bet, but you have to get thought out of you and then you can rise up to God in heaven at the right hand side and you'll do it. You'll do it. You'll rise because you become lighter than air. So you have to get the matter out of you where everything matters. It's all there in our language. It's all there in our words. The 26 letters that God created are perfect. And that's why every story ends with, and they lived happily ever after. Because you can't help but write that story when you create words out of the alphabet of those 26 perfect sacred letters. And why is there a dictionary? To obfuscate the truth.
Guys, I know that we've been on for a while, but can I ask a question? I think it would be relevant. 2626, that whole paragraph there through 2635. And so now that we've had the end of Matthew and we've had the crucifixion, so many of the churches use this, and we talked about it briefly in another show, just this communion aspect and the body and the blood.
Ah, yes.
But I wonder if you can speak to this a little bit more. I really, 26:29, he says, but I say unto you, I will not drink henceforth of this fruit of the vine until that day when I drink it new with you in my Father's kingdom. Like that phrase I'd never really heard before, but I could recite for you by memory, you know. And he took the cup and he gave thanks and he, you know, said unto thee, take, eat, this is my blood of the new something which is shed for you for the forgiveness of sins. But let's talk about communion just a little bit one more time, if you don't mind, and that phrase.
Yeah, you bet. And that's something that we probably should have addressed. So thank you very, very much. That's a miracle, actually. That you bring that up, and remember that's 2626, which is 52. Okay, and 52 is many things, but right, because that's 413, so that's 52 because it's 4 seasons of 3 months each, which is 12, and each month has 4 weeks. So then you get 52 weeks in a year. So this is why. And 5 and 2 is 7, which is God intervention. It's divine because it's the 52. And the 52 is the unification at the end of the year where the mother and the father unite with each other because they've completed their journey together, right? The mother and the mother over 13 moons and the father in 1 solar year. The father is 1. The mother is always associated with 13 because the mother gave birth to Jesus and gave borning to Jesus, and the mother rose Jesus up into heaven. So this is why 13 is ubiquitous with the mother, because she is the mother of Jesus Christ. And what does the Catholic Church do? Reduces her to a ridiculous sort of peasant-like role in all of this. You know, it's a boys' club, and Mary just gets squeezed out of it by these Jesuit pigs in the Catholic Church. So there's that significance. Now, the communion is so simple. And as they were eating, Jesus took bread and blessed it and broke it and gave it to the disciples and said, "Take, eat. This is of my body." It's very important. So what we've established through the whole rest of the New Testament with Jesus is that bread is always associated with this mete from God, which is the manna from heaven. So bread is the representation of the manna from heaven. The reason that in the form of bread, because it's from the baker, which is the bottom, and so this is the lower Ouroboros, so this is of the body. And that's why Jesus says, "Take the bread, and this is my truth. This is me, the truth, which is me, in you, in the body." Okay? And then what is wine? Why would wine be of the head, and why is bread of the body? Okay? Because to make wine, you have to be a candlestick maker. Because you have to burn the candle all night long to make wine. Where do grapes grow?
On the vine.
On a vine. And a vine is always rising because it's seeking God in heaven. So a vine is divine. How do you get the word divine? It's di, which is die, which is God. Di is the perfect balance that is God of all things, the creator of all things. So the perfect unity is God himself in perpetual meditation to create singularity and duality, which gives us the Trinity. So di is always God. Di is always. So dielectricity is a reference for that 0 point energy. It's everything and nothing simultaneously. That's what dielectricity is. It's nothing and everything in every single moment, because there's nothing there, but everything is there because it's the potential. It's 0 point. It's the starting point. It's where we bridge two worlds together. So that's dielectricity. Divine is di, vine. The vine seeking the balance of God, the harmony of God. Divine is to seek God. We are divine when we seek God. So that is divine. So why the allegory of wine? Because wine comes from grapes upon the vine, and the vine is basking in the Son of God, which is the truth of God, and then is rising up to heaven. And then these grapes are the fruition. That's all it means. Grapes are the fruition, which is the unity, the culmination, the reward of basking in the sun and rising to seek God in heaven. And then the reward is the fruition, which is the tasty grape, which can be turned into wine. From water into the wine, which is divine because it comes from the vine, and you have to rise up to heaven to be able to get the wine. And you can't put this divine wine into an old flask or it will spoil. You have to have a new vessel. And that's why Jesus is always saying new, right into the very last book, new. And I will come to you anew, in a new vessel, which has been purified with no toxic thought and no toxic food. Jesus didn't eat bread. And besides, at the Passover it was unleavened bread, so it didn't have the killer yeast in it anyways, but he's not partaking in bread. So bread is the truth of Jesus through the body, and the wine is the higher truth of Jesus at one with God. So it's God's truth because Jesus and God are now one, and that is the wine. So this is why you drink of the wine to illuminate your head, and you take of the bread to illuminate your body so that you can become enlightened man. What is the famous image that Leonardo da Vinci drew of the man within a circle? The expanding man within a circle. What's that called? Do you remember? The Vitruvian man, right? The famous, yeah.
Anatomical nutrient. where he
Yeah.
says like,
So yeah. So this is the enlightened man within the dome, within the circle, within the third ventricle of your brain, the light of the world, Jesus Christ. They all knew. They only knew one story. There is only one story. They were all painting the one story. They were all writing the one story because our words come from the alphabet A to Z, where M is the middle, which is the mother. A is alpha, M is the middle, and Z is the completion. And should be shown so you do not this. Ending of the world is the in your left brain, is the destruction, is the eucatastrophe, is the slaying of the dragon. And the world ends, and the Garden of Eden becomes eternal once more, becomes the singularity, because we have slain the false construct, the delusion, as Santos calls it, of the left hemisphere of the brain, the lie of the left for the truth of the right. And this is what this means. There's no ending of this world. This is the mother. It's God's creation. She is eternal and she's perfect. It's the ending of the diseased veneer that covers the mother, which is the works of these Pharisees and scribes and lawyers of the church, the demons, the true Satanists who are completely without God. And that's what it means. It's the ending of the world as we know it, and I feel fine. Fine is the highest you can get, which is heaven. So it's the truth in plain sight and nobody sees it. It's the end of the world as we know it, and I feel fine, because fine is risen with God in heaven, and we end the world by taking no thought. Jesus Christ of the Bible.
Amazing. Yeah, so I mean, is there, because I've kind of learned that the communion is sort of been, I mean, it's sort of been distorted into a cannibalistic ritual where we're like partaking in eating of flesh and drinking alcohol, and which is supposed to be blood. And so is that just a distortion of the church to kind of take it that direction and take us away from what it actually means?
Yes, of course. And of course, who are the only disgusting vermin that would come up with cannibalizing Jesus? The Jesuits. Who are the Jesuits? The Order of Jesus, and they are the worst demons that we have ever known. They are the Jesuits are the Canaanites. They are the worst demons we have ever known, and only they would take that beautiful allegory and pollute it into cannibalism, and that's what they've done. So once again, the taking of bread is fast of food, the body, and then the taking of wine is a thought in the mind or the head, so that we receive only sheep, and all you do is you count sheep. The allegory of counting sheep is that God's thoughts are like sheep, that purely white sheep that are pure, righteous, and divine, and all you have, there are no problems, so you lie back and you count them because they are so beautiful, and there's no problems, there's no work that you need to do. This is the reward, the fruition of doing this. So that's what they signify. So it's an allegory, and then what do they do in church? They hand out bread and they hand out wine, or they used to, and and now it's, they hand out a McDonald's hamburger.
I remember our priest going like after, because he would fast before communion and he would go to Taco Bell after. I mean, this is like
Wow.
so bad. And then I know another priest that would like eat chocolate cake after the service because he was like, because I've been fasting. And so he had this like whole thing around how it actually, his blood sugar was low. And so he could spike it. And then, and then the next day they're all, we're at like my brother's house or something, eating and drinking alcohol. And it's just like, this is the craziest story. I'm so glad I got out. I mean, and I really attribute so much of that time of trying to fit into the church culture as an adult. You know, the 7 years before I moved to Mexico was always in and out, and trying to like fit into this craziness was part of what the acidic environment I was in that created this, you know, opportunity to heal cancer, because it wasn't only the food, but it was the thought. It was knowing this was incorrect and trying to fit into that box when it was like, that can't be what God is saying right now. That can't be what this is about. So yeah, it's some bad stuff. I mean, I think about healing all of it and going back and knowing as a child what was correct, and being told that I didn't know because I was a child is some of the worst stuff that we tell children these days, that they know God. My daughter absolutely knows what's right. My son absolutely knows what's right. And we're just trying to stay out of their way. And I'm really looking forward to the time when we teach the children these stories. I mean, I do the best that I can with the knowledge that I have, but I'm excited about you guys actually, you know, having some time with the niños, and having Colleen was earlier in the chat talking about, you know, the schools, and just really having, because my kids are getting ready for this. They're asking great questions, because they see the dichotomy of this reality. They're like, well, this doesn't make sense. Here we do it this way, here we do it another. And their school is pretty advanced. But, you know, it's all of these things of, you know, everyone has their truth. That is, we've got to grow out of that, because it's really clear. And we are just not spending our time appropriately. We're not asking deep enough questions. We're not studying. We're not willing to, you know, they're still teaching the kids, these are the people that think the world is round, you know, like, and they're telling me that I'm giving my kids too much sugar. Like, so it's very interesting conversation. So these types of opportunities for us to come together are really important. And I'm just trusting that it's happening. We're getting to the garden. We've got to get ourselves back to the garden, and we'll be together at some point, sharing these stories with the kids. So yeah, so by the time they're 11, they're like, they're next level.
Yeah, truly. I mean, it's a gift, and that's what we're here to bring, is just to make God cool again, and bring it back, bring back our one true story. Yeah, I'm so honored to be here with both of you to do that and to continue to walk in that path. So thank you so much. Truly, I'm so grateful. This has been an amazing show, a great conclusion to this incredible book. Thank you all for being here and walking with us in this. Next week we're going to be starting Revelation, so get ready for that. It's going to be super exciting to dive into that book, because that's talk about a book that's really pushed away by the church, and they don't
Yep.
want you reading that. Like, we're going to get into the one that they obfuscate and hide the most. So that's going to be pretty exciting, because it just calls them out. So if this book doesn't call them out enough, Revelation definitely does, for who they are and what they're all about and how they should fall and all this sorts of stuff. So that's going to be powerful. And then just some announcements. Friday we've got our bi-weekly Q&A with me and Charlie, and we're going to have another panel of wonderful guests on, surprise guests. So you'll see who's on Friday. So that should be pretty exciting. That'll be at 2 p.m. Central Time, Central US time. And then Sunday, we've got our song decode of the song Charlie Freak. And as we've mentioned, this one's going to be open to anyone who wants to hop on and do their own decode of that song. I've got a handful of people who have emailed me already to get onto that show. But if you'd like to take a stab at it and decode this song Charlie Freak, shoot me an email at innerstandingtruth@gmail.com. That's innerstandingtruth@gmail.com. And let me know that you want to be on the show, and I'll use that to shoot you the Zoom code and how to get on the show, but it's going to be an amazing one to sort of pay homage to this incredible song and really dive into why Charlie took on this name, this moniker to adopt and go by. So that's going to be amazing. And then we start next week with Miraculous Monday, which is always just an incredible one to be a part of. And then we're
Holy
back
cow! Was that show last Monday yet again? I didn't think the show 2 Mondays ago could be any better, and then last Monday, wow! I mean, these shows are so good, Marie, are so good.
so good.
So good. I don't even know what's going on. Just
We just you just
going
show
with
up.
oh, it's so good.
Yeah,
Such
you
a privilege.
you just show up and it's just miraculous, and that's just who you are.
That's for sure.
Thank you for seeing me. I see you. Thanks for everybody in the chat too. You guys are all amazing.
Yeah.
We'll let you know tonight also if we're going to do our show later. Charlie, I don't know if you want to do that this week or next week.
Yeah, that's the other thing is, well, it's entirely up to you, but you, yeah, you can speak to that, and that's what I'm looking forward to do and really want to do for you. And if you want to just take a moment to just briefly explain to everyone what it is and what it represents and when it is.
Yeah, just real quick, we want to talk about everything under the sun with Charlie Freak. And I want to ask, I have questions, and in the last show you guys did on Monday on Siobhan and Sinead's channel, you talked a little bit about, Germany and all of the things. I have a list of ongoing questions, and this week I want to ask him at least 3. And if you guys have, questions too, we can ask, and just have a light conversation around some of the denser topics that we've been lied to about, so that we can start to heal, start to relearn, and start to recalibrate and integrate this gnosis in a way where we can actually stand in the truth in these conversations as they continue to unfold, because a lot of cats are not going to want to hear the truth, but it's going to be inevitable. It's starting to show up now, and we're going to see it. And so a way that we can all really learn this stuff and start to integrate it. So that's kind of, I'm super honored to have the time with Charlie to kind of poke and learn and integrate. That's really where I'm coming from.
So are you all gonna do that tomorrow?
Yeah, I mean, I'm ready. Let's start tomorrow. I'll do a little post on it tonight and have a sweet little art for it, and I'll tag a bunch of you cats, and hopefully you can come and play. We'll start at 12 our time, which is 1 Eastern, so you can kind of do your
1 Central.
1 Central, 2 Eastern, just for another week, and then we're back on track. We spring forward here in Mexico. So.
Yeah, that's right. And I promised, I made Marie promise that the shows will be capped at 2 hours, not a second more than 2 hours. We'll just turn them into something that's a little bit easier, lighter and easier.
1, 2, 3.
Yeah, this one's a record. Yeah, and for anyone in the Telegram group, I'm probably not going to do a show this week where I broadcast that, but just a reminder that group chat feature is always available. It's always open for people to hop into and have that conversation within, to be talking with each other, because that's really what it's all about. It's just creating those connections and really talking about things. But I will not be broadcasting this week, just to have some more time away from shows and really going within and getting a focus on this water fast that I'm doing. So we'll probably resume those next week. But yeah,
Beautiful.
I love y'all so much. Truly do. I love y'all. I love everyone in the chat. Love you both so much. This is a fantastic show. Thank you for being here.
This was magic today.
Yeah, it's because this creation is magic, and that's what we need to start celebrating, is the Creator. So everything is gifted to us, is pure magic. We are magic, and it's about time we tip the hat to the Father and just say thank you very much and start doing things that make him proud of us and not dubious of us. And so with your talents, share them. Share them. Let go of the load. The
Yeah.
kind man.
All right, guys. Well, until next time, we'll see you then. Love y'all.